with another game of Total Warhammer 3. The Eye of the Watcher is upon us, and now we have our quest to get Setang wherever it is. Right, so we have to get 5 of these. I thought it was more in the last run. Maybe it changes the amount you need based on your territory. But anyway, Le Mao ends up getting able to keep on building this place up, so you know it's not perfect, but it'll serve. Shemaya's Rest is probably gonna fall here. Do we try to support it? I mean, we could get another general there. It's not ideal because we just need to retreat back here. Belfield Hills. We can beat these stacks. Maybe they won't have walls though. We just have to figure out what to do, you know, gradually and then suddenly. The problem is I needed Yanbo going this way, and, well, he's right here, as you can see. I think we just... Hey, Danny, how's it going? Yeah, we're in rough shape here. Well, we at least have another couple of turns to recruit some peasants. And we'll just get a lord here, which kind of one? A wise one, why not? Because those aren't stats that matter for this. None of these are. So we'll take that one. Alright, it takes how long to build a wall? Well, we already have one. We're just gonna hopefully be able to defend some part of this. Because if we can, you know, then everything will be fine. We'll be okay. We are gonna be like broke, but maybe it'll work. Next term, we're gonna be able to start recruiting cannons and crane gunners. So, you know, we just have to hold on a little bit. But I'm not too worried about these armies. They can't get to my capital in time. So hopefully we'll be able to stop them. So here we... If we leave this city, what are the consequences? I mean, they're not great, right? They're not. In the campaign so far? Well, thank you, thank you. It was very intense yesterday, but now, you know, it's coming together a little better. 7 archers. Well, if you can't defend them, you can't do anything. Clan Eshin has a lot of skirmishers and slingers, though. So, you know, more and more archers could be helpful. Alright, we get closest to the heavens. That gives you 20% more spell damage, basically. I didn't take it in my last campaign because I'm bad. But this time, you know, we're trying to do things a little differently. Okay, so our Bandits of the Silver Road, ROR, is there. They can't get to me in time either way. So we might... Oh, this is the same place, so they're on the same recruitment, of course. Well, we're just going to globally recruit peasant archers here, then. And hope that... Yeah, we'll have walls here, because it's the settlement capital, so there'll at least be that. Hopefully this guy will try to underway stance somewhere. If he moves down here, then... Yanbo will have to move down here. We'll have a holding pattern in the north and get delayed until we tech up. It's not the best. It might serve all the same. Because if we can just hold Jingpo here, and we probably can. It's not a capital, though. It's a secondary thing. I am reticent to let Snitch get away with too much, but I only think they have, like... Yeah, they only have 5 settlements. So that would be Bridge of Heaven, Zhanxi, Village of the Moon, Jade Mountain, and Kunlun. So I think, unless this Norska faction, you know, does well against Miao Ying, then we should be in alright shape. But maybe she can't move through there without trespassing, so she's going to be, like, not part of the war. Which is pretty rough. And it looks like the Celestial Loyalists of Grand Cathay have lost the Imperial City. Which, For shame. It looks like the Jade Dragon's gonna have to set things right. You know, unless I fail. In which case, it looks like next campaign. Alright, we're revenue positive because we are inside of harmonious regions. Yeah, they can't get there in one turn. They might be able to get there in two. If they do, at least we'll have walls. And, you know, a lord is a lord. We will have access to heroes very soon. We're hoping this guy tries to move across the underway and we can intercept him, hopefully with Yuan. But either way, and then we can chase him down, and then we can move these two armies together into their lands. But otherwise, we'll be delayed some amount of time. We're going to have a rebellion here. That's not ideal. We'll still have a rebellion here. Well, if we rush a recruitment, oh, there's only one recruitment capacity? Huh. I did not know that. Oh, I must have had a bonus that gave me an extra one. Well, that's bad. If we get, like, a Jade Warrior. And then we can rush a fortress city here. No, because it's got to be a province capital, and it's not that level yet. Man, I am dumb. Levy the province here to get the turn of recruitment. And then, what, like recruit the Regiment of Renown? Yeah! Yeah. We turned down the taxes and recruited just enough with our abilities to forestall a rebellion for one turn. Classic Cathay behavior. Very good indeed. Unironically, so proud of myself. Sure, somebody else gave me that idea yesterday, but I remembered the idea, and I did it. No, with all the other recruitment things, that was like 3 choices, all to make it not rebel for one turn. And very proud we are of all of them. Alright, so... yeah, we're just gonna have to hope that this works out okay. Because we don't really... I mean, we could build a wall here and then throw a whole garrison in it. But they can just underway across, you know. This isn't... Ah, good. He was trying to go back to his homelands. That's not going to go great for him. Gelt wants an agreement. I think we're going to have to, of course, you know, get rid of Gelt eventually. So I don't want to make friends with him. Also, it wouldn't make me very much money. He's not Cathayan, right? You know, he's a tourist here. He's got no call to be taking a bunch of land. We're going to pay up because we can't beat that army, and also because it'll make the ogres like us better. Boom. Okay, so we get a couple of very nice items. One that's going to make a lord much tankier, and one that's going to give us some more Winds of Magic to cast spells. Now, it's not wonderful on Yuan because we tend to use his very expensive spells. This is going to be really good once we get Astromancers into the army. It'll help them really kick off into higher gear. Now, that shield really 10 more melee defense, quite good, and then this it's gonna help. Because it gives you a lot more power, and it gives you some reserves every time you cast. So if you have cheap spells, you can cast a ton of them. Or if you're casting expensive spells, it helps you recharge more. faster. Both of those are, of course, obviously very good. We're going to move up into the mountains of Kunlan. Right? No, we're going to go in the normal way through the ruins. If we get ambushed as Yanbo, what's the worst that'll happen? These armies are bad, and we don't think they have another one there. Do we? Do we? How much are we willing to wager on it? We will just encamp that army. And ambush, move that army. Either he'll underway again somewhere, or he'll hit Celestial Monastery. In the event of that happening, you know, we'll just deal with it. Shillong, we're gonna build a wall. We now have them in ambush stance, probably. I'm not sure where they are. Maybe Shillong we should just abandon, but I mean, 4 turns, we're not gonna be able to hold for 4 turns, are we? I don't think so. We just need to get some more people to hold here. And if we can get those here, then this will have a little wall. I'm not sure what the interior architecture is, but with a Celestial General and a group of hardy warriors, you know, we'll be able to do something. All right, so importantly, this army now has access to crane guns, grand cannons. We will want one of each. Now, the problem with grand cannons is the same problem with crane guns. We're going to be fighting rats, and you know, maybe we don't want grand cannons, come to that. We're going to be fighting, maybe we don't want crane gunners. We're going to be fighting rats, and we're out of balance. We're out of balance. Oh, from the growth building. Because we lost Bridge of Heaven. Okay. I was like, why is my upkeep so bad? That is why. We just remove the disharmony here rather than build here, because if we do that, this town could very well be sieged next turn, and then it'll be rendered immaterial. Astromancer's next turn and Jade Lion's next turn. Do we just get a couple of crane gunners here? Yes. Yes, we do. Maybe it's a bad choice. You know, it would have been better if we had saved. Well, we can do this again in 2 turns, so that's just fine. Because when we do our 1 turn of recruitment rush, there we'll be able to, like when Yanbo takes a settlement, we'll rush it, and then we'll be able to get like a crane gunner in his army or 2. Alright, so we just got our 25 armor for peasants. We could take Lord recruitment rank, since we're recruiting lords everywhere to defend. I think leadership for the peasant long spears here is better, though, because then we can take this construction time for settlement buildings, and that'll help us make up for some of this. Alternately, we can take upkeep production for all of this stuff, and that seems real good too. That'll just take 3 turns. Yeah, that seems better. And then we can put the stock banner on for invisibility on one of the guys, and that should be good. All right, Tuago can not recruit because we are not in local territory. We should be having a pretty big battle soon. Maybe. Hopefully it'll go well. If we could just keep Bilefitch ping-ponging back and forth and being nervous, then... Because Yanbo can beat an army by himself, and if he can't, then what are we even doing here, right? I mean, we've gotten into some crazy little things so far, but, I mean, fundamentally, you should probably be able to do it. If we go to Jingpo, then this guy will go there, and we'll be able to stop him. And then we'll just, yeah, we'll get here and start cracking the Skaven. There's no point in doing this battle. Not least because with Clan Eshin's abilities, you're likely to take some damage. Alright, so we get the armor of the Dragon's Gaze. This gives us big Diplo with Grand Cathay, and then this 10% ward save thing. So good. Right after we got that other armor, we got our set armor, which we'll almost certainly never use because it would require taking off our regenerating sword. But this spell is going to give us the robes of Shengyang, which is pretty good for one of our casters. Whenever they arrive, the casters are coming to the party. They're on their way. They're going to show up soon, and everything's going to be a little better. Alright, so we just need to get this place in harmony. I think demolishing this building is the right way to do it. Reason being that I don't want this place to have any value left in it in the event that we have to abandon it. Because there are 2 Skaven armies in here somewhere. If they move to Shangwu, that would be very bad, wouldn't it? We might just sacrifice Baleful Hills, sad though that is. I hate to do it, but I'm nervous about not knowing where they are. And if Bilefitch moves down there, then we can maybe try to move up a little bit. Anyway, Le Mao will get another... This is going to be 7 archers in here. Of course, it does have that big wall, but... Yeah, more archers all the time? Maybe. We do have access to the lions and stuff now, so we need to recruit 5 of them over here. And, I guess we could have, like, some of each. I mean, because we're going to trade some of this army off to Yanbo. I'd sort of like to have a Celestial Lion, but I don't know if they're good. We just need to have... Yeah, we need 5 of them to get Seteng the Watcher, who is really, really going to turn this campaign up to 11. Because when he gets into the army, we're going to be able to reach out and start deleting single entities. To the extent that we can see them. To the extent that they're large. But he is a big old dude, and he packs a wallop. So that'll be nice. And we're going to be able to get the big old awesome war drum soon, and that'll give us a big boost to the power of the army, and then a couple more handfuls of levels for the regiments of renown of the Celestial Dragon Guard. That'll help out a lot too, but things are going okay, I guess. We need to start collecting income here again. That'll help out with the money. Yes. Oh, never mind, we don't. We are still -1 with this, so we don't need to collect money here. We need to control? No, once this turn of recruitment finishes, the public order there should be in better shape. Alright. I'm only now starting to think that this campaign might be about to work out. No, we've got access to a couple good places. Deathmaster Snitch is right there, which means he's not home, which means I can burn it down. Village is demanding money. This is not good. I cannot afford a war with him, so I'm going to pay him. It's not a lot of money. We're going to have a war with him very soon. But basically, I need to finish this one very, very much. That's what's necessary. So Deathmaster probably has like a pretty scary army at this point. We're just gonna keep on recruiting. So we don't know where these 2 armies are at all. One of them might have been taken by Snitch, but I think he was recruited up here. So there's one maybe garrisoning the Bridge of Heaven, and then there's one somewhere else. But Everything's looking up. Of course, we do have level 6 recruitment on Astromancers due to faction effects. We take speed and Strider over defense and phys resist. Yeah, I think so. Strider's real good. Starts off with a Warhorse, of course, at level 13 they get their Great Moonbird. So we can already get, yeah, very excellent. We can get, you know, the level 3 Wind Blast. Roiling Skies only affects flying units, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Not really that important against Skaven. They don't, none of them fly. 0 of them fly. That Hex is probably good. Buff and debuff spells are good. I and many people don't use them because they're not dramatic and they don't make you look fancy. If we build this wall, we can try to move him down and maybe try to support it. It seems... No. Shilong's probably lost, right? We just need to win this war and then we can worry about the consequences of everything else. Yanbo, if he hits Snitch, wouldn't hit him. We're just going to go up to Kunlun. Yeah. We're going to go up to their seat of power and take it. And that is how it's going to go. It's going to go great. Polo 2. This is a mountain climate, so it takes us a little bit of time to build here. However, once we get to level 3, we're going to be able to have a bunch of Astromancers. Of course, if we hadn't lost it and gotten it burned down like an amateur, things would have been better already. It'll be fine. It will probably be fine. We have very, very limited time left to where we can support these armies. But on the balance of power, we now are basically equal with Clan Eshin. So all we've got to do is somehow win a couple of fights. Alright, Cursed Cargo. We are not taking Chaos Corruption. We can't afford it. We're already in such a state. Alright, so we get our upkeep reduction, but we also get... Alright, because this recruitment finished. I'm like, man, that's a lot of money. Alright, well, we see Shife right here. We are going to run up to Baleful Hills to reinforce. Oh, man, if he would have been in the army, that would have been good, huh? Wouldn't it? Self. Good job, Self. Fortunately, our faction effects already give us access to 5 Astromancers? 5? Bet. Oh. We get +2 from the faction and then probably, like, 2 from the ability. Alright, yeah, well, we have access to 5 wizards now. So pretty soon we're going to be on the up and up. If we don't run out of money. But this army is expensive. It doesn't have to stay expensive, however. We just need 1 turn to finish a recruitment here. I don't think he'll attack into... No, he won't attack into this. We would crush him. We would crush him like a worm. Vermes and Pustin are going this way, so Snitch will be over here. Le Mao is probably going to die. Science Surge the Fabricator is going to go down to Shilong and take it. We'll collect the income here. Oh, if you're not taxing, you can't recruit as much. Okay, it even says it if you mouse over it. It provides you with an additional recruitment slot. You know, I never ever not have taxes on. You know, It's just makes sense though. Right, we don't have Universal Alchemist recruitment. We'll grid another one here and move one, or Astromancer recruitment. Maybe we'll wait for one more turn. That might be dumb though. Alright, so Hogo is here. If we... So we're about to hit here, and then we'll be able to sweep down the mountainside. Yeah, we just need to leave him here to potentially fight him. Like, who wins in this fight? Who wins between one plague caster and a bunch of rats and a whole lot of peasants? Well, we've got the 40 armor on the peasants now. Maybe I could win. We're gonna move there to make him feel like we'll get him if he attacks Celestial Monastery, which we will. This is also going to hopefully provide us with the benefit of not being ambushed, because I think Snitch is over here, right? And I think they're going to bring 3 stacks here to Nongcheng, which is why we're not reinforcing it there. But I also think that this is going to work out. I think we're gonna be fine. It might even be true. Do we take this for the defense for the spears, or... That would give us defense for everyone. Yeah, we're gonna go for the macro one there. One more turn, and we can get Satang, and we'll make this army cheaper. We need to get into some fights so we can make some money. But Yonbo is about to get into one right now. And, of course, it looks like there are 6 menaces below, 3 uses of Eshin Clanstone, and there's going to be a Plague Caster with some guys here, Storm Vermin, etc. But, of course, I am Yonbo, the Jade Dragon, and I am not in the slightest worried about this. I am worried about taking a lot of damage from towers, but there's a way around that. It's called Run In with Yonbo. Also, I don't know if anybody needs to hear this, but this is very important. Don't break the gate with a dragon. Don't fly your flying dragon underneath it and break the gate, because he could get stuck. And they won't let you turn him back into a person. That has happened to me, it could happen to you. Alright, so the towers won't be able to hit us up here. We want a very long line because Eshin Clanstone is a functioning thing. We're gonna... Because we're just going to go in with Yonbo and crack everybody in the head. It's going to be incredibly cheesy and unfortunately exactly what is necessary for success. Skaven cities are too tough. No, there will be more going on eventually, but the early part will be just as I've represented it. We're going to run in and fast forward and bash them. And they will hit us with Eshin Clanstones, and we'll cry about it. Seems okay. They're like all stealthy. And of course they're hitting me. I don't have like a lot of resistances, but what I do have is, you know, gumption, you know, courage, and the ability to beat all of them in a fight in the event that we have one. So we are just gonna Lose a bunch of archers to this summon, even though there are spears right behind it. Oh, the Eshin clan stone is there too. That explains it. And, you know, we could have run away from it if we had noticed properly. We didn't. Alright, so there's going to be a lot more menaces below to come. But, you know. We're going to pop the staff real quick. Very important. And keep on trucking. Of course, Yuan, we can just, like, run in and start punching them eventually. And then, of course, we get another one of these dumb things. But here, the peasant long spears were already engaged. You know, we get on the flank. Charge in. There we go. And of course, you know, this provides us with something riveting to do while Yuan is cracking on the gate. Because again, like this sort of stinks, but this is much better than getting Menace below on something that actually matters. I mean, not that these aren't very good peasants. Very proud we are of all of them. Yuan is just beating on the gate. It's going to be gone soon enough. This clan rat summon does not go as planned. I mean, it does all right, but you know, we're going to be able to get away from most of them. We got the rear charge on them here. We're going to wheel to fight. That'll show them. So for Skaven here, they have like a bunch of skirmishers that could theoretically sink a bunch of damage into Yuan, but what they don't have is like a huge amount of dudes that exist here on the battlefield, right? This is just like a big garrison for a big garrison settlement, but it's not an army with it or anything. And we noticed the Clan Eshin tombstone. Clan Eshin. The Eshin clan stone. The stone of the clan. Way too late. And we expect, what, 3 more Menace below summons? At least by the time we get in the gate, they'll mostly have come out, you know. Because you fight a Skaven city, and for legitimately 5 minutes, you have these summons to worry about. And they're chumps, but they're not like irrelevant. Okay, there we go. We see the cast on this summon this time, so we're able to run away with our fellows. Hey, we break down the gate. Boom, baby. Of course, we might actually just get shot up by these night runners. Yeah, we might just get shot up by them. No, if we get them off the wall, which we haven't yet. Ay, ay, ay. Wish there was a button where I could be like, by the way, just don't let these guys win. Don't let them do the thing they want to do to me. You think we could work that? Alright, so the skirmishers are off the wall, however, and this whole front wall is undefended, but this fort tower covers here, so we're just going to need to grind a little while longer. Yuan having a party. Like, I don't know if this is worth the cast. We can protect ourselves from damage. That'll be worth it. That'll also, like, we'll get almost all of the wins for this cast back after protecting ourselves. And okay, this tower is just like these are just regular towers. These aren't insane Skaven towers. The Storm Vermin with halberds are right there. That's the big damage unit in the game. We're just gonna... We're just gonna try to run in now. Now that the summons are gone, now that we've taken, you know, pretty big HP damage across the board. Now, what you don't want to do is blunder your crowmen, but using them to threaten the foe is good. Yuan Bo, of course, has a huge HP pool and is feeling totally fine about everything. We could Blossom Wind down this tunnel. No, I don't think that's good. The Plague Priest is here. Our crowmen are flying in single file lines to these night runners. It's going to be fine. Nope, they're supported. It's not going to be fine. We're just going to threaten them and then run away. That is what's hot on the streets right now. These night runners trying to come into support somehow. We're going to throw a Talons. No, seems wasteful. We want the Storm Vermin to arrive. Yeah, that's what we do. When they're here, that is when we drop the hit on them. Anyway, we've been doing great work on these clan rats so far, all the same. No ability to complain here. Do we hit the clan rat spears? Yeah, because this is a fine engagement for us, and they're going to hate taking the charge, and we're not large units anyway. Alright. The Storm Vermin have arrived, and that means it's time for the Talons of the Night. They're going to walk right into it. They're blessed with filth. We're all poisoned. Yeah, but you're locked in here with me. And there we go. Oh, they try to get away, but only about half of their unit gets out, and the rest of them are getting crumbled and popped. Put them in a bag and send them on back. All right, we need to get out of here with the crowmen because being able to rear charge these clan rats will make them flee. No, we'll be fine. They try to Scream of Corruption cast my guys in the air. Not, you know, the best they've ever done. Soon enough, we're going to take the wall. And that's gonna kick this into nice high gear. We're going to dive these Night Runners with slings. They don't have... All the infantry on this side of them is in route, right? We're going to be able to get on them. Well, not all of it. Most of it. We accidentally dive onto their lord who's there. Fortunately, he is a wizard. He's got discouraged attacks, which could potentially be good against us, but in practice won't be. And now we drop another... This one's going to hit all of them. It's going to hit me too. Oh no, I fly over my own talons. It'll be fine. It doesn't hit us too badly. It pulls some of us down onto the ground into it, but on balance, it absolutely mauls the Storm Vermin, who are down to 74 models, but only 1,300 hit points at this point. And as we take the wall here, they are going to be just in terrible shape. Because our peasant archers are going to be quite happy to be fighting here, and they're going to be like, wait, how big is your range? That's not fair. That's impossible. These peasant archers are going to absolutely win the fight against these night runners, I think. Oh, they are on a platform, but I too am on a platform. And yeah, we get the missile block chance. We get missile resist for being docked on the siege wall. Oh yeah, they're going to be real sorry about this. And of course, the rest of our peasants are now up on the wall, firing down. So it's going to be quick work from here. We know that they are probably almost out of magic. We know that they are definitely out of summons. And tombstone uses. Now we just need to make sure that we don't get these crowmen beat up too much. You know, like, you know, they were working real hard. All right, Storm Vermin halberds. That's why it was happening. You know, Halberds are anti-large, but they're still, like, Stormvermin are solid, powerful units, so they don't have to be against their hard counter to do really amazingly. And these Night Runners are now getting rained upon. Night Runners have, okay, physical resist. I'm like, man, they're really living here. They actually get shot up so much before they lose models, don't they? Oh, because we're constantly running people through the firing lines of archers. That makes sense. And these archers are going to get attacked by these clan rats. We're just going to get our flyers in there. They won't be able to hold on for too much longer, you know. These storm vermin are down. The other storm vermin are down. A clan rat loses to a peasant long spear now. Maybe. Maybe not. They should. Maybe not. I got more armor. I got more leadership. They are in siege, though. Hey, Drifter. How are you? Been a little while. I hope you've been well. But it looks like we're gonna be finishing this up before too long. All right, we're getting fired upon by Night Runners there. Not ideal. Of course, the thing about Night Runners is the slings. You know, they're not as mobile. They don't have the 360-degree fire while they move thing, right? They just can be hidden while they fire. Whereas the Night Runners with the missiles, the normal Night Runners, they can fire while they move. So that's their headache. They both have armor piercing. Oh my goodness, my Croman, no, please don't die. I need you alive. Are they gonna start disintegrating? They are. Ah, me. Well, maybe we'll get Satang, like, right after this, and... Oh, these spears never came over here. Well, at least we'll, That's alright, then. But here we're just, you know, trying to pull them back into our defensive lines. We're going to move Yonbo forward and duel the wizard This is what it's all about here. Oh, look at him trying to get away. Look at him cackling. Oh, yeah, there we go. A big hit. A fine hit. Boom! Another huge connection. Pop him on the head. This Plague Priest, you know, he is not having a good time. Sick move. The Minecraft dungeons? Maybe one of these days. That's just a thing that I can access out of the launcher, right? He's running. Well, you know what that means. Execute him! Slash. Boom. That's one dead rat, baby. And that should be the end of this battle before too long. And, you know, we did very well indeed. I mean, compared to what it said was going to happen. And there we go. There's the army losses. Excellently done. Barely even used a lot of magic. Man, it would be nice to have perfect vigor on Yonbo, huh? And importantly, this is the principal settlement for Clan Eshin. So now we've taken care of that. Of course, they got about 5 armies rampaging somewhere, but unlike them, I'm still getting stronger. Unlike them, I'm getting better at the game gradually. That one sounds like a lie. We'll work on that. Alright, so we are unbalanced here. If we just build... like income here, then that'll balance the yin and yang. Oh, and we have alchemist recruitment here. Oh, that's as good could be. Marvelous. Oh, yeah. This trait gives us... oh, it's an alchemist, not an astromancer. Still very good. 35% ambush chance for armies in the local region and poison attacks. Yeah, we'll get an alchemist and put them into this army. Yeah, every army needs at least somebody that can cast a spell. And the astromancers, which are the other ones, you know, they're a little further away, but... you know, it's... obviously, that victory over Clan Eshin looked good, but now you see that there are 5 of their armies on the map with the 6th one, but these are all, like, fairly weak, and all we have to do is beat them. And then not die to any of our other enemies. And then restore all of Grand Cathay, and make our mother, the Moon Empress, proud. But all we have to do is beat these rats. And as long as we don't get besieged this turn here by Shife, which I don't think is going to happen, we'll be able to get Satang the Watcher. And we have just a couple of turns until we go upside down on money. This is going to give us a huge bonus for infantry for Crowmen, Moonbirds, Jade Lions, for all the armies. So obviously we got to take that. Even though we don't have very many of those units yet. Obviously we have to take it. Okay, here at Kunlun, we've got access to proper units. One crane gunner would be excellent. I could protect one, right? Even from the Skaven, I could protect one, right? I don't want a cannon. I don't want a cannon, right? I don't think we want a cannon. How many more sieges are there to be? Oh, yeah, my girl Mao Ying is here. Good, good. She's going to help us carve this up. I mean, of course, obviously, it would be better if I could take Jadewood Mountain, but if she takes it, too, and then we move against Clan Eshin, all we have to do is, like, unite Cathay under the Cathayans. So, if any of us do well, we're all doing well. Because it very much looks like she is about to be embroiled in a bad war against Tzeentch. It looks like Tzeentch is about to bushwhack her up here, but maybe we can make it work against them. Tzeentch is a terrifying army to fight against, so that'll be the future of the campaign. All right, so far, so good. We are very close to upside down on all of our economy, but we might get away with it. Alright, here, the auto-resolve gives us the win, and that'll kill all of these armies, so we're doing it, because that's smart. The auto-resolve, like, sure, we're going to lose the whole settlement garrison. They come back for free. They are valiant defenders of the people, and their sacrifice will be remembered. They come back for free. Well, it won't have... Oh, and Stitch was here, yeah, so... This would have been, if I would have played this myself and gotten 500 kills on this guy and 400 here, you know, maybe it could have happened. But we're going to take the game telling us that we won. Here, of course, it does not go so good. Can we do anything against him if we do the fight? I doubt it. Yeah, I don't think I don't think we'd get anywhere. This we're not going to be able to do anything with. So, you know, at least we would have gotten money for one of the fights. It would have gotten cheaper because people died. And, but importantly, these two armies over here are now significantly truncated. All right, yeah. Setang the Watcher. He arrives. Lei Mao gets the attribute stock. And Celestial Lake is going to thing. We get the Mantle of Damsel Elena, which is not that great, but we get, you know, it'll give immunity to contact effects, which is okay. You know, it's an alright item. When you compare it to some of the other ones, it's not as good. Oh, and we unlock the Gotrek and Felix quest line, which we definitely can't do right now. But Setang the Watcher's here. Village the Curseling is in my land, walking on my stuff, and probably is going to be trying to fight me soon. But you know, it's just me, Miao Yang, and Xiaoming now. Like, we are... We are the only people in Cathay left. Lokir's doing alright over there. We're going to be fighting him very soon. However, Snitch is doing very poorly indeed. You know, this extended defeat in detail ended up working against him. Alright, so if we chop all these lions, do I want any of them for these fights? One has a breath, one has a silence thing. And, oh, like an anti-magic aura. And a missile mirror usage. You know, why don't we use one of those? We'll use one of each in this army. That'll take us down to almost revenue neutral. The Alchemist will join here for mobility. Because this army is strong enough to lose a fight and make me sad about it, or to gloriously win. Importantly, we're not so upside down anymore. We've got Setang, which is so important. Setang is a legendary artillery monster hero. He's a massive terracotta sentinel with a massive bow, and he's just so handsome and good. We're going to give him this big missile resist buff. From that seems probably the best thing. You know, he's got all sorts of cool things, and his abilities are extraordinary. Because he basically has the tree of like a legendary lord, where he gives you a bunch of stats that help out your army, a bunch of stats that help out himself, like discounted upkeep for your own units. I mean, he would be like a bad legendary lord for his tree, but it's very strong all the same. Now, Yanbo is here. Miao Ying is there. We just need to... Can we hit here? Yeah, excellent. He runs away, which is incredibly annoying. There's going to be a rebellion here next turn, but at least we're here to deal with it. Well, if we... Yeah, we march stance inside here. That stabilizes the control because the army is garrisoning. Also, it stops us from getting ambushed. He won't have anywhere to go. That's very sad for him. I feel so sorry for him. Now he's got a wizard, she's got a wizard, we've all got a wizard. Hey, 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 hey. Do we get rid of this army now? No, because this army, this garrison could protect this area, and this item will be good. Will be good. This item, this standing stone, can we protect it? Yes. Yes, it's worth it. Do we spend that much money right now, though? That would be an investment of, what, 9K? I think we don't do that, because we might need to get another army. This army, as it stands right now, can defend this land against one of those minor attacks, because we've got, you know, 4 archers, 6 archers, plus a Celestial General. It's basically like having a full stack, and I'll put a Cathayan full stack with walls up against one of these little trash house Skaven things any old day of the week, any old time, any old hour. Unless it doesn't work out, in which case I can't believe I thought it would be good. Alright, so if Yuan moves down, village attacks Kunlun, potentially. I mean, yeah, but what are you gonna do? He hates all of us. Importantly, if we continue on like this, we will have dodged getting Snitch's defeat trait to Yuan, which makes him invisible, which can be really annoying. A lot of times you don't want your lord to be invisible. And here we just need a couple of peasants. Yes, this army is already way too fancy. A couple of peasants will do just fine. I don't think we really need this alchemist. Can we recruit a third thing? No. Well, you know, it's been a strange and complicated beginning, but it's working out well. Zhao Ming is not at war with anyone. It would be nice if he would join the war against somebody. I mean, we could pay him 8 grand to join the war against Eshin now that Eshin's dead. Really, it'll be a matter of finding out how to make him like us better, and then, I mean, once we fight with Village and everything, I mean, he doesn't dislike us, and that'll be fine over time, as long as Miao Ying doesn't die, and even if she does, you know, what are we gonna do? But we'll just keep on prosecuting this war, and we'll determine where we go from there based on the conduct of, you know, who's around, I suppose. We just leave the hills here because Yuanbo very much needs to get engaged in the rest of these battles. We can go to March Stance to hit Village of the Moon. Oh, we barely get any bonus at all for it. Well, sure. Alright, so we get another caravan. We can get this one. Now, we don't have any weird wars, you know, in the directions that these caravans are even going out from, which is good, because they start here at Shenyang. So you just really need that city to be under, you know, your proper control and to not have enemies on the other side. So let's just go to... We've hit Gizeru and Marienburg now. We've hit Nuln already, so I guess we'll just go to Altdorf and just keep on going to the furthest flung ones on the idea that those are hardest. But no, Karasakarak will give us 15% fizz resist on somebody, and that's a fine item. So we'll go to that. It also only takes 5 turns, so a shorter one will be good for that regard as well. Like, do we try to go attack him? Yeah, we do. That's so much better than letting him go. Sweet. We get a bunch of money. Taking care of business. Alright, so very important, you take the warhorse off. You never ever let your Celestial General ride a warhorse. It's okay if a wizard has one. Celestial Generals, they get, like, these other mounts, which the Longbow mount is probably better than the Celestial Lion mount, but you want them on foot, because when they're on foot, they're really, really hard for anybody to kill. And you want them to be, you know, a staunch supporter of your line. Well, I want them to be a staunch supporter of my line. I assume everyone has my exact priorities in this game. Alright, so... You know, that, auto-resolving that triple stack fight at Nongchang really helped. Aha! And now he came back to try to support the fight. We will pay the Mountain Eaters. Could we win this fight? We could win this fight. Would it be clean? No. Oh, and when we have the Jade, we have the crackdown access, so we can make the thing just work. And that reminds me, we also have the instant build thing, so that'll come in handy someday. I am playing this faction very poorly. It's actually incredibly strong, but we like to do our own thing here. We like to have fun here. Alright, so we grab Bridge of Heaven. Very good. Still are harmonious. Even better. Like, we need to still be careful about money. We are pretty broke. Yulei's going to be able to go down and take Shilong, but of course Limao is going to, like, lose here. Probably, maybe. They'll do this fight. We'll have a very, very beat-up army here. But, you know, they're not gonna get away with it. They're not gonna keep getting away with it. Can we get them? No, we cannot. Alright. Harmony's good there. Harmony's fine here. Making small amounts of money. Only a little bit revenue negative. Yanbo's army's getting good. We got our wizards online. Peasants are strong and handsome. Everything is about to get so much better here. And, importantly, this should be the last Skaven fight we have to do in this campaign. There's a faction over here that we might have to fight, and there's a Skaven faction over here that we might have to fight. But the other ones are up here, and here, and here, and here, and they're probably not going to be a problem. Probably. No one's ever felt incredibly sorry for making an assumption like that. I'm like, I keep wanting to go to reinforce. I'm like, no, that's bad. You don't go to reinforce. You. You support your troops here. With more archers, There's enough guys on the ground here. In those 7 or 8 or so, yeah. With more archers. You know, I can't feel too sorry about anything. It's all going okay-ish. And someday we'll make this a fortress city, or actually we'll probably make Kunlun the fortress city, since it stands up here at you know, the northern realm side. Because once we get this sorted out, right, we can set up at like Zhanxi, and then even with like the dark elves having their arcs and stuff, it'll be a little tricky for them to move in here. You know, it's annoying to get across rivers. The AI doesn't like doing it. Nobody likes doing it. And he's fighting Nakai the Wanderer still, so if that goes on for just a little bit longer, we should be okay. We'll continue to see how it goes. Deathmaster is hopefully pretty tuned up. And maybe we can win that. But even if we don't, they only have what, one they have 2 left, that's right. So we'll be able to get rid of him in the next turn or 2. It's just a question of how much they're going to be able to cause us to suffer in the meantime. And we will certainly see. But we've got access to some very good provinces. They're going to be making us money. They're going to be giving us access to really solid buildings. Alright, so he's here and he's almost all better again. You don't really have any units that want to be fighting him. Oh, all 3 of the armies are here. Well, I don't mean that I won't try. And here, since we have very, very beat up units on the garrison, we will be using them, the most beaten of them, to garrison the walls here, just so the towers are operational. You know, because if both of the towers here are shooting, and both of the towers there are shooting, which is actually kind of, like, hilarious that it would even work like that. Then we can get at least some light damage done against them, and then as they approach the wall, we'll try to run away. As for everyone else, we'll worry about setting up at a better position there. We'll worry about which tower we want to build and such, because we've got 3K. If we build a couple of cannon towers, we could build 1 explosive tower, though. They're going to be coming in from this way, which means if we build 1 explosive tower here, it's going to shoot them as they approach in that direction, and then we can have like a big Helm's Deep sort of thing right there. And then we'll build just like a piercing tower there. The towers also remove stock, which is pretty good. Alright, so there's our 9K. And this is, of course, the best layout for defense that exists in the game. It's as good as it gets. So what you can do is have archers, like, here. Of course, they're going to have Clan Eshin stones and everything. We'll want to be very spread out. They're also going to have, you know... Eshin clanstones and the like, but... Alright, so peasant there, peasant there. We're going to need to put a Jade Warrior then on this wall to shoot here. It just seems like getting 2 archer shots out will be worth it, and we might be able to break one of these walls. And, you know, once they get to the wall, we'll flee. You know, it's a real skeleton crew here. Because your archers can fire down as they try to move in, like so. They can also wheel and protect this front. There's a lot of really interesting things you can do in this battlefield if you have more troops, which we don't. So if we just shoot at the Night Runners... You know, just tell them to focus. Get the thing that'll be the best against what we've got? No. Apparently not. Because, of course, the towers, they only shoot for a little while. But, you know, if we get a little bit of fire on the Warp Grinder, if we get a little bit of work done, that'll be good. We're expecting a menace below in 10 seconds. So we'll hit a, you know, Lord of Grand Cathay thing to protect ourselves from it. Stitch is on this side, which means this tower is going to fire at him, which means nothing will happen to him. But... like, if we had fired both of them at the tower, maybe we could have broken it down. Oh yeah, he's just going to climb the wall. Well, that will tank his, that'll tank his vigor, at least. I don't think Snitch has perfect vigor. He might get it eventually. I don't think he has it right now. But we abandon the wall, you know, we get some chip damage in. I think it's probably worth it. They already break the gate, of course. The Warp Grinders are very, very, very good at breaking gates. That's like their whole thing. It looks like we're not going to get away, but they might be delayed taking the point, so we might be able to run away here. And maybe they don't have any summons to do. Maybe they are summon limited. I haven't seen one yet. That doesn't mean it's not happening, however. You know, why don't we fight the Warp Grinder? Yeah, just turn around and fight him. If we can make them use their Warp Grind ability here rather than inside, then maybe we'll be okay. Of course, these halberds don't have any great targets against the Skaven, so we're just gonna fight them. You know, any damage we do is damage that doesn't happen to us, as the saying goes. I know you're saying that's not a saying. No one says that. Well, they could, though, if they wanted. And the armies of the rats will soon be upon us. But the halberds are availing themselves very well. They've got 13 more seconds of life left in them. These peasants are going to run whenever they're not here anymore. But, you know, at the very least, we did a bunch of damage to these Warp Grinders and it made them feel afraid. They're unbinding now, so they're after just a little bit more of this, they're gonna start really, really melting. But yeah, they're not gonna go critical for like 3 more seconds, which is just enough time to break them. Sweet. And of course now all of our archers are firing at Stitch, and it's working. It's barely working, but it's working. He is getting tickled. He is getting shot very gradually. You know, maybe it was the Jade Warriors that were working on him a little bit, but all the towers are shooting. Everything in the whole world is shooting at him. And as long as 8 arrows hit him over time, we'll be okay. And of course, he's invisible again, but He's probably going to move down here to take this. But at the very least, his support here is getting trucked. This tower's about to crumble because of that. That is okay. You know, it's important to just build them sometimes. And Stitch is like, they're taking this point, and also these guys' leadership isn't even breaking, so they're gonna take it, which, you know, stinks, but this tower wasn't really doing too much for us anyway. This tower's the better one, which is why we're not defending it. Our foes are slowly coming in and slowly taking the city, giving us plenty of time to build towers and then do not a lot else with it. So Snitch is going to get inside is the problem, right? And a big problem it is. Because this lord is going to get tuned up really bad, but I don't have another solution. You can't shoot him. You need infantry to tar pit him, but I don't have the infantry to tar pit him. So we're going to try to shoot him, even though it doesn't work. It'll be fine, you'll see. We just can't get, you know, back-capped by him. That would be, you know, not embarrassing, bad. Because he's, like, invisible, because, you know, he's a very spooky boy. There he is, okay. Alright, we just need to... Like, are the towers gonna hit him? Are my units gonna work? We just need to cycle charge our lord in. You know, try to get a hit or two. Oh no, the Whirl of Weeping Blades. Run away! He's gonna kill everyone! Oh my god, the humanity. He's so much better at this than me. Oh, he did his little anime spin. You know, this general is already beat. You know, he already died. But that's the thing, is I don't have anyone to put against Stitch that can keep him from running into all of my units. I mean, there a couple of archer salvos actually connected a little bit, which is crazy, but, you know, he won't stay gotten. Can we do this? We'll make him charge the peasants. Oh, it works! It works! Alright, so just 8 archer units. Alright, now the real question, can they keep hitting him? Because if we can't, like, he's got 300 hit points, but if we don't shoot him, then... Yeah, we'll just try to run away when he passes through, and then the other archers will shoot him. Yes, break him! Kill him! Kill him! Oh god. It's not working anymore. We just need to run. If we just not obstruct our guys for just a bit, they can shoot him. So yeah, we just need to... Please, just let me get him. Just let me get him. Yeah, alright, now we're shooting him again. Now the tower's got him, okay. Now, a salvo, please, just someone hit him. Alright, he's broken, he's shaken, he's stirred. Of course, the rest of the army is here too. If he lives with 95 and stays on the battlefield, that's really gonna stink. Alright. Let's see what we can get going here. Alright, our archers are doing fine. They're firing at our towers, and they're not trying to take this point yet, so we're getting a lot of value out of these towers that might not have otherwise happened. Because again, if we can just shoot at them, then they can't take the point, because if they just get distracted a little more, then we're okay. They're now up against these barricades in the front, which they can't do too much about, right? And they'll have to gradually knock down. Of course, if they have warp grinders, that will be very good at it, but those are far away from here. Now, on the right, they aren't going on that flank at all, so our archer lines are fine here. Insofar as they hold up, they're just running over the barricade. Oh, it's not finishing. There, now it's finished. Well, I sure don't know how it's going to go now, but... Oh, we get hit by a big spell. Ouch. A huge, huge spell. I forgot that they were also wizards. But, at the very least, we are doing better at this fight than I may have done, and certainly better than I would have had cause to hope for. We're gonna, like, rear charge in here. No, we're gonna... Because we're taking archery fire here, but we're doing so well. We're doing so well against them. These towers are doing great support. This is awesome. This is a great fight. I mean, we're not winning. We're clearly not winning. But, you know, we really tuned up Snitch. He's might get to full health by the time we get here again, but he's not going to be out marauding next turn or anything. We engage the Night Runners in melee. We've got significantly more people in the group, and, you know, we're just as good at fighting as them. We're just as strong. We're just as tough. We're just as popular. And, of course, now, well, that was a very, very poor stream of corruption upon us. And now it's all crumbling down. But, importantly, a beautiful defense. Really doing every bit as well as I could have hoped. Because this was not like, you know, we weren't healthy. We didn't have a healthy garrison. We had a very, very beat up 30% garrison. If we had had a full strength army in here, I mean, we would have won. But, of course, if wishes were horses, the beggars would ride, as they say. And that'll be army losses. And the destruction of Yongchan. A wonderful, wonderful city. But, importantly, you know, we did what mattered, which is kill barely any of their guys and get rid of Snitch, who hopefully will have been taken off the battlefield. But he left with like 70 hit points, so they might just let him keep it. And, which is fine. Yep, they let him live. Whatever. 70 HP. Now that other army is coming to this one to fight, so we get another rousing defense. This one against, you know, a worse army with potentially better pieces, but we might be able to pull it out, right? We're fresh. Minor settlements can sometimes have good maps. Okay, what do we got? We've got big army, central square, controlling towers, controlling lots of towers and barricades, or just 2 towers? Alright, so... and another one on this side. So I'll just be able to, like, run in the front here, but can we defend it? Do we want to try? Because we can, if we defend here, then we can just, you know, roll back a little bit, right? It's no big deal. Would this tower be useful anywhere else, though? I mean, no. So defending this front is better. We can do both, right? So we've got dragon crossbows. We'll keep the Jade Warrior halberds, you know, back in reserve, so they don't get hit by magic or whatnot. So we can build a barricade here. And back them up when necessary. There's a Packmaster here, so we'll want our Lord on this side to fight. Do we just let them in here? That feels bad. If we build a platform here... because if you... okay, yeah. You build the towers before it starts, and they're instant. So very, very important. If you build your defensive stuff before it begins, it happens immediately, which I can't believe I didn't know, but now I know. Alright, so these guys will charge in here, and then we'll shoot them. This first army is snitches, maybe, so actually we don't know where he is. That's bad. But we're going to have the horsemen in reserve just to go wherever Snitch happens to be and shoot him. This is spreading out my forces rather more than might be considered smart, but it's just with this many avenues of advance. What's the alternative? Because, well, we can, if we defend here, right, then we collapse here, and then we can defend this single entry point. And then that one will have to go across this bridge. So it's like one bridge, and then all of this side opens into it. And I don't know where he is. It's okay. We just need to do as well as we can. And, wait, no, Snitch wasn't here. This was the other armies, so at least there's that. I'm like, no, we just fought him. This was the other armies. Okay. And we're going to run here to give harmony. And you basically just want to let your archer shoot anything. If they're shooting, you want to let them keep shooting because, you know, they can sometimes get a little frustrating. Oh, well, unless there are warp fire throwers around. But hopefully we'll be able to... There we go. We sink our teeth in real good to these warp fire throwers. And they might just get one salvo off. Hopefully the barricade will protect me. Oh, goodness, that's a lot of damage. Do we break them with it? Please, just make them run. Hurts to take another salvo there. But anyway, we're trying to keep them off of this barricade. These guys are doing okay. We just want to move our archers to be able to fire there. This Master Assassin is basically neutralized due to the architecture of the ramp there. These Warp Grinders have somehow... Oh, there we go. Looking just in time. We're going to be able to get on these Clan Rats, run away with these Jade Warrior crossbows. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, I'm so bad. Well, maybe we can get back inside. Anyway. Alright, we're redocked there. These Jade Warrior Ancestral Halberds are doing just fine. Of course, we are about to get attacked this way, but that's what the Peasant Horsemen are for. Maybe they can get there in time. Of course, the Night Runners are a ranged unit. It's not the worst thing to have on the backfield. It's not ideal. These archers are not firing, which is super imperfect. Just about as imperfect as it gets. But we're about to get them in there. These peasants are going to hold for a bit, but that whole army is coming in, so we need to get our reinforcements on that side. If we can kill this Packmaster here, then we can move the general to the other side. Otherwise, like, we can't just leave this hero. He's an anti-large fighter. He's not good against what we have here, but we can't just leave him. The Peasant Horsemen are now on their skirmishers on the inside of our base, but of course, our Peasant Archers, we need to support them right away, or they're going to get run down by these Night Runners on the charge. Now here, we're just going to stick the Jade Warriors right here on this point and eat a lot of shots from the Master Assassin, probably. It's not the worst thing that could happen. That would be, you know, an ignominious death. We're blocking this from getting completed. We just need to get out of the way of it. Oh, it blocks the other way. Well, that's not great. We're going to get an explosive tower here. No, we can't afford one. We're going to wait several more seconds and then get an explosive tower here. Hello, Kurt. How are you? Alright, so the Packmaster is fleeing right now. He's got basically no HP left. This whole side is fine. We need to get these archers over here pronto. And we'll leave the warriors there. Did my horsemen got popped. They lost the fight against the Night Runners. They might come back. They might not. We're just going to need to be able to support the center soon enough, but the way to do that is to support this flank before it totally falls, in the event that that's possible. And, you know, it might not be. Because look at all, you know, that's a lot of rats. Oh my goodness, the Vermintide. That is a lot of rats. If only I had a wizard. Dude, do you know how many kills you could get right here? This is like 5,000 freaking rats. Yeah, we've got to retreat back to the center with the rest of our army, such as it is. No, we've got to keep these archers firing, because after all, if they don't fire, then what is there? I mean, they're about to get in, right? They are so very about to get in. And that is what the Vermintide is all about. You know, there's too many. Simply not able to put up with those numbers. But we had some good engagements. We did some good damage. It may matter, it may not. You know, enemy replenishment can be pretty annoying. The Jade Warriors with halberds broke. These peasant long spears are going to be breaking very soon. We won't be able to clog them up there. These Jade Warriors are not going to get to the center quick enough to defend it. If we lose the city center, we lose. Of course, if we've already lost, but Shui Huo is going to very much go down in the annals of Grand Cathay as a brave and heroic fighter. One who did what he had to do. I think maybe if these peasant archers can break their leadership and then we can get on the point and have to stabilize it, because I'm like, let me get back. Yes. Defense. Defense. There we go. We take the point back. We're still in this game, baby. Look at this Celestial General. Look how brave he is. He is surrounded by rats. He is stalwart. He is an inspiration to us all. Look at that. You see him? He stands alone. When he falls, he will die surrounded by the corpses of his enemies. A fine death for a man who dies fighting for his own country. A fine death indeed. Unbroken. Unafraid. In his environment. Swinging a hammer. Soon it will all fall. But until that day... The Jade Warriors are still here, of course. We're just going to be slowly waddling in. The General is still kicking. These halberds are alive on the outside. We're gonna, what, run over here, and they'll try to chase me. We don't want to try to run through them, obviously. Obviously. Oh, these guys are out of ammo. They do have a 12 charge bonus. I mean, they don't have good stats, the Night Runners. They're not a melee unit, but they're better than literally nothing. Which is, I mean, they're slightly better than Peasant Archers are. They're twice as good. Man, look at that whole army going the other direction because of my routing guys coming back. That's pretty funny stuff. And the Jade Warriors come in. Oh, they look so awesome. All in formation. Falcon's out. And we lose. Hey, Coolio. But, I mean, a glorious fight, right? We certainly let them know that we had a battle. But You know, if it was just against one army, we would have been fine. Two was too many. You know, we got hundreds of kills on the Jade Warriors. We did well. They'll probably be back to fighting strength in basically no time, but we did well. Because we know they don't have the strength to keep this war up. And we do. Grimgore's been eliminated. Excellent. And we lose... You know, we lost 2 armies over the end turn, of course. We drop the taxes on Celestial Monastery. Or actually, no, we don't. We won't need to do that. We're going to be taking Zhanxi this turn. Yeah, because we can get here. They won't have the support. Perfect. Crackback. Bam, baby. And that's what they get. Perfect. Perfect. Because that was their faction leader. They fought here. We know the walls here are very good. We know the walls still work. Because they might be damaged or whatever, but it's the interior architecture we have. And we have this army, which is so much better suited than the other armies, which were a little bit weaker. So, you know, they made a big mistake. Huge. Now, it doesn't look like I should have anything to be happy about, given that all our lands are in ruins, but they're not really all of our lands, are they? We continue the siege. Yuan is here against the settlement garrison. It says we're going to lose. We're not going to lose. But we will bring the rest of the army here. Either that'll give us a favorable auto-resolve or a Pyrrhic victory. No, we're not getting beat up that badly. Ridiculous. They only have 2 menaces below. They only have a Plague Caster, and we have Setang the Watcher, so we're gonna really put the hurting on. They're never gonna be trying to get us with this silly little Pyrrhic victory here. No way, couldn't be me. Two menaces below and no Clan Eshin stone. I don't know if that's just like if they're around Snitch or not, but Quirt, you say in your opinion I'm underrated. Well, thank you. I'm glad, because when people say that, they means that they rate me, you know, at least neutrally. I know I am not very rated at all, but I'm glad that you enjoy. I sure have a good time doing this. Okay, so he has a range of 385 right now. He might not actually be able to hit the towers safely. No, they have 350. We'll be able to. Because Setang can just pop the towers, but we might not need to. We could just run in with Yuan. But Setang is the coolest. Like, I defy you guys to show me something cooler than this. Are you seeing what I'm seeing here? Do you see the flaming terracotta sentinel with the huge bow? Mwah. It's marvelous. This is what it's all about here. This is the Warhammer aesthetic. And then, of course, the lines of humble peasants. Not so humble with Yuan here, of course. Not so humble at all. They are the champions of the realm. They accept no substitutes. They tell their enemies to not pass go and do not collect $200. They get the job done. What we need to do is just make sure we stick... Because we're not worried about... We're not worried about, like, casting of spells or anything. We just need to make sure that we stick... spears on top of all the bows so that whenever they do summon in, if we don't notice, it won't matter. Because we don't need these archers to be able to shoot anyone right now. Yuan will go knock on the door. This whole army will come in from the other side and we'll charge in. Also, you know, it'd probably be better. Yeah, we'll just put it over here. After 5 minutes, it'll show up. It'll take 5 minutes to get the gate down anyway. Alright, yes, the tower will go down in like 12 shots. It's not exactly worth it, but Sitang, he'll do fine, you know. They do their summon. My spears totally notice it, and we totally don't get wrecked. I'm like, what were they doing? Oh, they were like, oh, sorry, I didn't think you wanted me to save them. Kulu, you say, remember last time things weren't going so well? They're going a lot better. They were going kind of fine. It's just we needed the momentum to shift. And we had like a lot of what looked like bad events happen earlier, but they actually ended up getting our opponents into an area where we were able to take advantage of it. You say you're outside in a car, so you may not have heard any of that, but yes, thank you for the good luck wishes, and I appreciate you hanging out. Perhaps I'll see you later on today. Should be streaming for a while. Just planning on, you know, a few more hours of this, probably like 2 or 3 more hours of this, and then we're going to be playing Undertale this afternoon is the plan. You know, maybe using the ammo on this tower isn't the best, but we'll be able to walk around, because this tower protects all that area, but this one will miss all of this, so we can just, like, be like, yaw. Like, am I going to take some free damage here because I didn't kill the tower in time? I think they actually just abandoned the tower, so that's good. Of course, they're out of summons. They're about to be out of tower. And Yuan is about to be in this gate. It takes him, like, 5 minutes to knock it down. And that'll give all of my guys times to show up. And we're going to throw this wall of wind and fire on them. It's just a little fire wind that we've got from our armor. And it's awesome. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. That's not bad at all for a bound spell. Oh, it moves very slow indeed. Well, if we had a bigger line, then that would have done even better. Alright, so Sitang is getting trucked on here. This game looks fun. It's only on PC. It is available on Steam and maybe some other things, but Steam is what I use basically exclusively. Yes, I do think it is very fun. I have more than I think it's like 12 or 1300 hours into the series total across the 3 games. But I love it. I like Warhammer and I like strategy games, and you know, this is both of them. We're about to bring our whole massive army inside. And yes, Sitang's about to drop the base. Of course, he's not supposed to fight in melee, but you can do it if you want to look awesome. Boom! Alright, those guys to the wall. These guys just setting up right there. Trying to choose a good spot. Yeah, they're not really lining up and cooperating, are they? Satang's getting beat up pretty bad. We're okay here. The crowmen getting shot to pieces. Jeez Louise. Pretty rough stuff there. We're going to throw a wind spell down this way, and hopefully it'll hit, like, a lot of their dudes. Well, it didn't take the curve I was hoping for. Is it going to keep on going? Yeah! Yeah! There we go! Well, you know, that reverse bounce really helped out. Do we throw a Talons here? I think it's more economical to just do the old Searing Doom because we hit... Yeah, that's good. Six mana for that is good. Alright, and now we're getting to the inside. Now we are about to be on. Alright, so if we throw this wind right here, it'll go all the way down that tunnel. So we're about to have so much junk in here. Fortunately, we don't think they have a wizard that close. If he moves up here, he could get the most value you'd ever seen. But I don't think he will. He's a coward. Sorry, a Skaven. I'm always making this mistake. If we drop this right here, they're already in a chain route. We don't want to do that. We want to wait till they get back. Our archers, our crane gunners, everyone is on the wall. They're about to start suffering for real here. Because we have hundreds and hundreds of peasants with many more upon the way. They, you know, this is not a favorable engagement for them. All right, we are here with the Storm Vermin. That means it is time to throw the Talons down. They only have a couple of good units in any given army, and it's up to you to find out where they are and kill them. And we're gonna throw that wall of fire down this hallway here with Satang. Oh, it's gonna be good. Watch as they try to flee through it. Oh, that's a lot of damage. It also has the great effect of totally pushing back their reinforcements, right? Because they don't want to charge through it. Now we're just gonna throw a Blossom Wind right up there. They're trying to retreat through it, so if this architecture works the way I hope it does, we're gonna shoot it up, it's gonna hit a wall, it's gonna bounce all around on them in the middle of this pass. Yes! Glorious! Ha ha ha! That was at least a spare, if not a strike. Bowling for rats, and it feels so good. And now one more time with feeling. Oh yeah, because it was so good the first time, this one's gonna feel even better. Right up the hall. Everywhere it hits, it's just gonna bounce around like crazy. And hit them? Question mark? Please. Alright, it wasn't as good as I hoped. It still did some good damage. These are sort of loosely packed units, which are less advantageous for some of this. Actually, I'm like, you know, why don't we not run up towards the wizard? Why don't we not run up towards the wizard with our hordes of chaff, which is what he desperately hopes to engage all of the time. We can take our big ol' strong heroes. And this Celestial General is like fighting shoulder to shoulder with Yuan against the rat hordes. Like, this dude is just thinking, oh man, all I have to do is a good job and I'm gonna get such a good promotion. Yuan is gonna remember me. He's be like, oh yeah, the guy with the hammer. You know what? I'm gonna give you a nice job as a governor somewhere. I remember how brave you were when everybody else was just chilling. Later, Quirt. Thanks for hanging out. That wind is going to hit several of the units. Decent. I'm like, no, these guys need to go here. Yeah, we'll just charge them there. Alright, so we don't need any of these guys on the wall anymore, obviously. Ah, the Gracier wants to brawl now. Let's move our chaff away from him then. Oh, he did all of that just to summon a clan rat. Good stuff, glorious. What a brave dude. Get back here, you coward! I want to hit you with my sword! The good news is, though, that now he is, like, you know, close enough to where we can maybe fight him. And he won't be getting away from Yuan this time. I said he won't be getting away. I even meant for it to be true when I said it. Searing Doom right here will do wonderfully. You know, if I had an Astromancer in this army, we would be getting the best wind blasts. This might immediately hit that rock. This could be a bad cast, but if it doesn't, it'll go up there and be fine. Yeah! What a good cast. Straight down. Pop the wall, on the angle, runs right into these clan rats. Feels good. They're going to be getting army lost soon enough. Oh no, my peasants! We're getting them shot up and surrounded here. Oh no, not my peasants. Can we get them back in time? I doubt it. That was that block that I moved up to try to take the hill, you know. Very, very dumb. My poor, valuable, beloved peasants. So Yanbo can just beat on this dude, and pretty soon, oh yeah, now it's time. You know what time it is. The Emperor's Executioner. Oh, look, he fell down. I win, 1-0. 600 kills on Yanbo, 330 on Seiting. And, you know, some on some archers. Crane Gunners are not really an anti-Skaven tech as such. But I mean, they can be, not against this Skaven faction typically. Ranged on this unit would be good. Ranged on Seiting would be good too. Oh, it can't go on him. Alright. So we get the province. It goes down -2 for the turn. Empress Croman only costs 33 to upkeep with Yanbo's bonuses all online, which is just so crazy. Take this for one more executioner thing. Man, no, bureaucrat. Bureaucrat's the way to go. Seiting gets a bunch of really good items pretty soon. Bottomless Quiver, it's not really, though. Piercing Shot, I mean, 5 ammo is good. He can actually run out of ammo, because you use him to poke in the early game. Alright, so he will move up to Kunlun, because we're going to have to worry about reinforcing that north before too long. And then Yulei and Yanbo are going to be able to deal with the remaining Skaven here. They're solidly on the back foot now. And we just don't build anything to maintain harmony. Probably. We'll grab that. $14 turns to pay off, plus 10 growth. Yeah, we're about to... Look, we're revenue positive. We need to start thinking about the Empire, after all.
Celestial General. Servant of the Dragon.
Yeah, things are definitely looking up. Look, we're going to be in another new war soon. We definitely will, and that's not excellent, but... But Zhao Ming is strength rank 2 because his armies haven't fought anyone in ages. So all we've got to do is find a way to make him our friend, and then we'll be able to really turn the screws to our opponents. No, we'll be able to make him our friend eventually. We just need to get... We need Jade, so we just need to do... We just need to do it right now to get these into... Yeah, so, okay. Our next hero action will succeed no matter when we do it. And then we'll get the Jade, and then we'll be able to upgrade our fortress city. And waiting won't make me suffer. Yulei can definitely defend this if it's needed. Yuan will come in and probably take a couple of the crane gunners.
General.
And the lion, I don't... It's like, do we need either of these lions? I think the jet lion's better because, you know, it can negate magical resist. It gives like your spell resist around them. It's got missile mirror bound spell. It's got the silenced attack.
Attention.
Commandment available. We will take research because we are all about that life. And here we'll wait one turn and then we'll build a harmonious setup there. Got to have your harmony. Oh, Shanji, we forgot he was over there. It'll be fine. Alright, well. Time to put this to the test. They've got 2 summons of Menace below. They've got this army. We have wizards for the first time in these defenses. We have crane gunners, and we've got some monsters, in addition to having, you know, a bunch of dudes. So, they have... Warp Fire Throwers are the only force multipliers they have, and Warp Grinders. They've got... This guy who's just like the Skaven, like, warlord. They're not strong. They're not really good at doing what they want to do here, so we should be okay. We should be fine to do this. And on the back of that, we should be in excellent shape. Because, you know, with the compass giving us 3k materials to begin with each time, we can get like a piercing tower on one side and then an explosive tower on another, depending on which way we think they're going to come in. We'll be able to defend very solidly with how our setup is. We'll just have to eat the first menaces below and make sure that we, you know, take care of those, and then we should be able to win this pretty handily, I think. All right, so first things first, move everyone into the central square so that pieces don't get missed. Now, our walls are damaged and stuff, so they'll be able to just walk in a couple of places, like over here, and so on. That's fine. Like, we don't need to really delay them coming inside. Not really. Alright, so we just need... You know, a little bit of free damage there. And a little bit of free damage there. We're going to put them on 8 and 9 just so we can get a hold of them. Alright, so we've got the main force coming from the center. A lot of skirmishers on this flank. Less skirmishers on this flank of the Lord. So we put the explosive tower over here. And a piercing tower right there. That's going to let us hit this side pretty well. And then if they move into the middle, these towers will provide overwatch fire there. We're going to back up the crane gunner line with, you know... with Jade Warriors and the leader. Oh goodness, let's take that off. Wizards in the back. This side will likely not get in all the way. If they do, what's the worst that'll happen? We'll all die? Seems like a pretty bad worst. Alright. We can probably win this. It's gonna take execution, courage, you know, all of that. We don't need these guys on the ground because we can charge in and get more guys on the ground if we need there. Which is why we'll stick these dudes right here. All right. Well, let's see how it goes. You know, it's gonna be messy, but after that, it might be good. These crane gunners might not be able to shoot anyone, but eventually, you know, we'll have them back here and they'll be able to fire down. So, we'll just see how it goes. We just want some damage on the Night Runners that are already damaged. It's really damage on the Slingers is more important than any other thing. Because they're the ones most likely to get, like, some damage across, right? Alright. 2 seconds for a menace below. Where are they going to drop it? Oh, they didn't... Okay, it's right here. These clan rats are like freaking juiced. Why are they not running? There we go. Man, they did really well in this engagement with that summon. Just a little longer, we can get this piercing tower here. Now these fellas gotta run. And these fellas have already RUN an OFT, I think. Oh no, not like this, not like this. Okay, there's the summons. Those are the 2 summons. Now we just gotta defend against this massive rat army. Can we do it? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Alright, so they're gonna go like the long way around, maybe? They're certainly taking their time, you know, to get in. We build just like a crummy little tower there. Because now's our chance, you know, this is where the fight really starts. This is where the fun begins. Unlike every other time we fought, we have magic. We're going to be able to not blunder this wizard and do thousands and thousands of damage points worth with him. We've also got this wizard for some damage too. We'll put one on one on the other. There we go. Hey, this peasant made it. Good for them. And these guys aren't needed over here anymore. Because, well, because they're not. We have lost this victory point. You know, I'll get over it. Alright, when are they gonna get in? When are they gonna get in? Alright, we just need to build a tower in the back eventually. No, this tower first, right? We can just wait for an explosive tower and build one in the back. Seems better. We could upgrade this one, however. For 1,550... We're just gonna fast forward a little bit, let them try to get in. Yep, that one being explosive. It only takes 30 seconds for the upgrade, not 90 like the build. So at least there's that. Yeah, if they want to give me time, if they think that's a good idea, then I'm gonna take it. All right, they are coming inside now. All right, all right. Hey, the crane gunners can hit from that far away. Sick. These are not shooting at all. These are not shooting at all. This is not perfect. Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's so good. I'm so glad I got Wind Blast here. We're going to be able to do a lot of work. All I have to do is not blunder. You know, we'll see how that goes. Alright, this explosive tower doing good work. Getting some good damage there against the Night Runners, and then some good damage against the Slingers as well. Here, do we want to drop a Searing Doom on them? I mean, probably not. I think the archery fire will be enough. Oh man, okay, we need guard mode turned on for everybody. That was a waste of a Searing Doom. That was such a waste of wins. Oh man, why did I do that? Poor performance indeed. This Master Assassin's going to show up here. That's going to be rough. We don't have anything that's good at dealing with that, do we? No, we don't. Well, at least the general is surrounded by foes. That's right where he wants to be, right? We're gonna have to... Oh, man, we already lost our towers here? Oh, man! Calamity. Well, I thought we could win this, but it turns out I'm too bad. No, what? No, are you kidding me? Oh, just a terrible, terrible misclick. And right at the worst time. You know, you can't really afford a misclick on a spell in a battle like this, and yet I just did one. A huge wind blast, though. Really, really giving them the business. Collapsing from the back. If we can get another huge wind blast here. Super good. We're gonna missile mirror there. It probably won't do anything, but it'll send a message. And that's going to hit a bunch of them. There we go. Very good damage on a lot of their units. Oh, their Night Runners are shooting my Crane Gunners. That is very, very bad. All of this is bad. All of this is bad. My large monster is fighting their Trash House Spears, but we get our breath attack on them and knock them out. We didn't build this tower. Oh, wow. Well, that's bad. It's my only tower left, and I didn't build it. We're going to overcast this breath because we need it to do the most damage any breath has ever done in this game. And it actually just totally trucks most of those units away. We have got to get this Astromancer out. We've still got so much winds left. We have to get our wizards out of the fight so that we can back up. Alright, we're... Oh no, I need to get away. My general's about to crack. We need to charge our large monster into the Taskmaster, which is not a favorable engagement for the Taskmaster, but will hopefully buy time for our general to get away. Our archers on that side doing wonderfully. Our cannon tower online. Our crane gunners getting back into action. We need these right here. Run away, keep running. Oh, they're on guard mode, so they didn't want to keep running. Oh, goodness gracious. I've got so much Winds of Magic still. We just need to, get some of it, you know, we need to get it, a benefit from it, so we just need to make sure our wizards don't die. Alright, those crane gunners are online. These crane gunners are going to get right here. And that should give them an arc of fire where they can hit all of our approaching foes. And we'll just have our leader around the wall. I don't think he can get shot there too easy. Okay. Helm's Deep it is. Helm's Deep forever. We need to get these archers back over here. Alright, so they are trying to... Yeah, okay, good stuff. They're trying to get in. It's not gonna work. We're gonna be able to wind blast here. That's gonna just absolutely Shrek them away. Alright, if I move in here on the Packmaster, what's the worst that'll happen? I'll die? That is pretty worst. Oh no, are you joking? Run back! No, run back! Oh man. Very bad. Just so bad. I can't believe I did that. I charged him out. I really needed him alive for my leadership on my army. And now this Packmaster's just getting shot. I would have been so fine. We still could win. We still could win. I just need to chill. Just need to make sure that our wizards are in the back, and then whenever they bring up more units, we'll pop them. I'm like, no, we don't need to charge in there. We're shooting their units. It's fine. We need to charge in here. Because they don't have too many troops on the battlefield, right? We just need to stick here somehow and make this work somehow. We're gonna missile mirror these Night Runners with slings. These units don't even cause like fear or terror, which feels pretty bad. Oh, they're right on top of us. But the crane gunners are still shooting, and if they're firing, and my wizard is not getting killed, which they are. Oh, This alchemist wizard doing great work. This barricade only has 3k health left, and when that falls, you know, we're going to be in worse shape. Alright, so we get those off of the battlefield. We still have a few casts left. Can we make them count? We're just going to charge into the Warlord. You know, he's silenced. He doesn't have a lot of his happiness that he would normally have. We're going to charge in with our beasties and run away. We're going to try to cycle charge and make it work. We're going to try to make this count for the forces of good and righteousness. We're going to keep on shooting. We're going to... Oh, it can't go on to that because it's a platform. That's rough. That's really rough. Why am I charging my wizard into their leader? Because I thought I could get one hit on him, and then I'm going to run. Boom! Our lions charge in. They're going to have a charge bonus for a second. We're just going to hit them and then run back out again. Charge the wizard in. Maybe she can connect. Nope, she just knocks him over. Oh, no, no, no. Run away, wizard. Okay. Okay. We just gotta maintain. They're in on the crane gunners now, but if we break this warlord and this one, then they're gonna have to run. They're gonna have to run. Did I do it? Did I do it? Oh, I think we got him. I think we got him. Yes! Glorious. That's a shattered lord. That's another shattered lord. Yeah! 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 Ha ha! Yes! What a defense. These crane gunners. Oh, man. You know, sitting in the back here. 329 kills, 467 value dealt. Well, you know, at least they shot a bunch of foes. All right. You know, the Lord died, but he died well. The Lions ended up doing a bunch of work there in the late game, and, you know, it ended up being great. Awesome. Perfect. We didn't lose. And this Skaven menace is about to be done. 770 kills on the Astromancer. That's what all of these sieges were missing all along, was the wizards that we needed to burn him down. Obviously, without him, it wouldn't have been possible, but... Wind blast real good. Wonderful stuff. Absolutely perfect. As good as it could have gone, honestly. We didn't lose any of the premium units. We lost the Lord, but, like, what are you going to do? Cursed Cargo. Of course, it's all about Celestial Generals all the time. Ice Court's eliminated. Sucks to be them. Savage Blow for a charge bonus for everyone. That's not so good for my army, but it's not great for theirs either.
Celestial General. Servant of the Dragons. Loyal ones are better than uncertain veterans. First among warriors.
Actually, I'm like, he can chase them down, I bet.
For the Imperial family.
Oh yeah, Yambo's got crazy good movement when he starts in your own land.
Serve the instrument of the divine.
Hey, Coolio. Welcome back. We just had an awesome siege where we defended this land and we crushed their armies, and now this is the crackback. They were trying to run away and re-recruit, but yeah, we used one army and a beat-up garrison and just absolutely put the hurt on them. If we do this, we'll get Vanguard. Probably better than the missile resist.
Servant of the Dragon.
Because if we move all the way up here and take this battle too... Oh, he runs away. Well, that's alright. Can I get in? No.
Do not ask this. Let us stand.
Because, importantly, we know they only have 2 left, and we know they're right here. They can't get away. We've popped so many armies in just a short amount of time. This is so excellent.
I will take first watch.
Now, the only bad thing is we didn't get this province, which stops us from, you know, solidifying our rule over the whole thing, because you can make a lot more money and get more benefits if you own all of the provinces in something. But, you know, we'll make it work. We take growth here. Because we're going to have another war very soon. It's going to be against somebody on this side of things, and it's going to be easier than this last war was. Or we'll lose it very quickly and very badly. I'm not sure which. But I think it'll be easier than the last war was.
Celestial General. The Emperor's Arc.
So Cathay can recruit war drums when they're not in their own land? Maybe it's because it thinks it's neutral because it's a ruin? Well, I guess you can recruit RORs in general, war drum or not. Well, the war drum is real good. I don't want to spend the slot in it in my Lord's army, I don't think. But here it's very nice. I mean, maybe in the Lord's army it would be even better. It's a good force multiplier. Alright. Revenue positive. Stone tokens increasing. Say, did I hear Silk Song's coming out September 4th? Oh, awesome! I'm so happy. I know everyone's been waiting a super long time. I saw a bunch of memes that said it was coming out like this morning, so I thought it was never coming out. You know, I know that's the old joke. Because I saw the Silk Song memes on the internet long before long before I played Hollow Knight. But of course, as an online person, that is how it goes. All right, here we drop a peasant archer to embed the Astromancer. I don't know if an alchemist... I mean, alchemist gives you the movement for the army, so maybe that's worth doing. Normally, I don't care to have two spellcasters, but they will make each other stronger for being in the same army, so there's a benefit to that as well. Caravan will arrive in a couple of turns. You know, as soon as we finish this war, it is highly likely that somebody else will declare war on us, because that's how the computer operates. You can mod it out, but look, if you do, then the game can be kind of too easy. All right, they're gonna have a rebellion here. I hate that. This army will deal with it. There's an ability where you can stabilize the order, but I didn't have access to it. So I really need to finish this rat war, but I don't want to lose my freaking land that I just got back to this rebellion. Rebellions, they start out small, but if you don't kill them in like one turn, they get massive. All right, here, that's a tiny little ogre army, so we just pop them. No, not like, so the computer has an anti-player bias. So it's not like no one would declare war on you. It's like if the computer looks at you and you're not in a war, someone that normally wouldn't declare war on you is going to do it. Because basically that's how it keeps it fresh. Unlike how if it was reasonable, right? Like say imagine I kill all my enemies here and here and here, and then I have allies all on this side and there's no one around that hates me. Someone over here will declare war on me and walk all the way over here for 20 turns to lose. Normally that won't happen because normally you can't get a really secure border, but... Alright, Chilinqian is already here. If we march here... Yes. March here, the reinforcements are able to get it. We'll make a small amount of money, and there. Perfect. Huh. Just cause war with it? Yeah, well, you know, total war. Well, that's the thing, though, is... If it's like that, you don't really have to worry about it. Because if that person declares war on you and I have military allies here, that army's never going to get to me. It's just like, you know, they can do it. But I've played with it modded out, And actually, once you deal with just a couple of wars, because people won't want to weaken themselves by declaring war on you if they have other wars, without the anti-player bias, they'll just sort of like stagnate pretty heavily. We're going to move here for the harmonious bonus.
Attention. Servant of the Dragon. General of the Celestial Host. Celestial General.
All right. Our armies are fine. Our provinces are trying to stabilize. Like, up here, we're going to be attacked by these guys, right? So, Village is a Sinch Warriors of Chaos guy, and then he's got this this Norska person who's also attacking my friends, which, you know, we're going to have to deal with that. But as soon as we finish this war, we're basically going to march to the north and try to retake the Grand Bastion. For the time being, the Skaven are the biggest problem? No, they're actually on their way out. They are dead next turn, probably. They were a huge problem. We spent basically the first 20 turns dealing with them. Because, you know, they're rats. Their settlements are invisible. Their armies are often invisible. They can travel underneath the ground, so they can just, like, teleport across the rivers. You can catch them sometimes. They can get through here. But they are all gone. They have one settlement left, and this one beat-up army. So next turn, Yanbo is going to... Actually, probably we'll just recruit something here now, right? Yeah. Okay, so we can get... We need a cannon in this army. Because we're about to fight Tzeentch and we want a cannon. So we get a cannon. Do we want a big ol' flying bird? I don't know if we do. A big ol' flying bird to travel with our other birds would be nice, and it's very cheap, and it looks cool. Do we ditch one peasant archer for it? I think so. Celestial Lion. Look, if you don't improve your armies gradually, you can find yourself beating the game without even without even doing anything cool. My last Yanbo campaign, I didn't recruit a lot of cool units for mostly all of it. I was just like peasants all the time. So this time I want to definitely, you know, branch out a little more. All right. Recruit the peasants, fill up the army. I mean, we could get Jade Warriors, but I think just straight peasants is good too. For the affordability. Yeah. Wonderful. But yeah, we'll just... Next turn, you know, this person will probably deal there, and then we'll shoot up to the top and try to get in defensive position, and then in like 2 or 3 turns, we'll declare on Norska here. And then try to trade some of these lands to Miao Ying to get this Jade Wind Mountain. We'll try to, you know, like get a couple of these and see if we can get her to give us this land in return so that we can complete this province. And here we're going to yin and yang growth buildings. Get more gemstones. Here, 50, so it's 14 turns to pay off. However, is this place going to get raided? Probably not, and that makes it worth doing. Probably. Probably. Alright, well. Do I think my current army with cool troops do better than my old Jumbo and Revenge Peasants? You know, I don't know. Maybe not. So the thing is, like, it'll be more expensive, maybe, but I think basically it'll operate a lot of the same way. It'll just look a lot cooler whenever it turns on. Which, you know, that's more than half of the battle is looking awesome. So... Because, like, the keystone unit for Grand Cathay, as I would call it, is the Terracotta Sentinel. And I didn't even use one last time. Oh, you can't even see a picture of it. But anyway, there, you know, Satang sort of looks like one, but he's, like, cooler. He's on fire and he's got wings, right? So it'd be like him, but they just have like a big old like halberd, and they like run around and they just do the coolest, most awesome stuff.
Eye of the Emperor. Celestial General. I would take that to defend my soldiers.
And we can try to get Gotrek and Felix for another one of the armies. We won't put him in Yuan Bo's army. Gotrek and Felix are a couple of big damn heroes. They're amazing. They're just the best fighters. It's silly how good they are. Alright, this Astromancer, Does he have a good trait? A little bit. I'm like, we don't have a 4th army right now. I mean, we'll get one. And having one for, like, scouting could be good anyway. Alright, that is good for the turn. Commandment available. We will take research over public order because I am greedy, greedy, greedy. Kick the barracks down, and then we'll be able to build a couple more things there. Because my old Yuan Bo army was cracked. Because it had a bunch of peasants, but, well, I mean, like, they were really upgraded. Dilong. Yep, well, it sounds like a traditional name. Alright, we've got the anchor chain. That's going to give us big, big fizz resist on somebody. Probably this somebody right here. Yeah, so now he'll get even more resistance. Yuan Bo's caster. Oh, we don't have an Astromancer in this army. And I went the wrong way with that one. Wow. You know, we'll work it out. The Celestial Riverlands are within my grasp. We've got 2 things to build here, so it's growth and growth. Last one, peasant, and now we're going with the cool. Exactly, because, you know, we gotta show off. We gotta have some cool stuff. Over time, you know. Over time we do. We'll still have peasants. We will. We're not gonna just not have peasants. I think I got a little more sense than that. Yeah, we'll get a defensive alliance with Miao Ying. We're gonna want to be on her side regardless, right? So that'll help out, and then we'll soon enough we'll be able to. It's almost worth 20 grand. No, it ain't worth that much. Let's be serious here. Zhao Ming is like strength ranked 2. He's not gonna bushwhack us. Strength rank 7. He used to be 2. He's not like in any wars. He's not gonna hurt us. He's fine. We're good. Snitch is out of lands. Now, he has no lands and no armies, which means he'll have to go and try to attack somewhere. Will he take this? We should well, he won't be able to immediately attack there because of the stance, so we'll be okay. Alright. Growth building there. That would take a super long time to pay off. Jinpo, oh yeah, there we go. Alright, so now we need just another one of these things, and then we can make our main city a commercial district for some nice bonuses. And then we'll figure out where things go from there. And we'll make Nongchang the, Nongchang? Probably Chang. Chang? I don't know. The E's are like sounds, and the I's are, you know, more like that. But anyway, I don't know how to pronounce Cathay languages or any of the Chinese ones on which they are modeled. I am a Philistine. We'll just move up here. This guy, so we won't need any defense on this front, I don't think at all. The vampires could conceivably come in, but it would take them a long time to get there. They have to, like, walk around, and that would make, you know, that would at least give Xiaoming pause. The ogres are quite friendly with us. We could get a military alliance with them, and then they would be angry at others. Tamarkan, oh yeah, we'll have to deal with him. He's an absolute menace. He's level 38 already. Oh my god. We're just gonna have to run away from his army forever. I played a Tamarkan campaign not too long ago. It's rough. It's real rough what he does to folks. Each file's got the, oh yeah, the tone and stuff. Yeah. It's, you know, I try to do my best. Speaking of my best, the caravan arrived at the Karazhan Core, so that means we'll be able to send this one out to Myrmidons, because that one, if memory serves, gives us the old 5% income universally, which is real good. Alright, so this army is probably better than an army of mine needs to be that's not Yongmo's. Everything's going well. We just need to get up here. We're revenue positive, which is so important, because when you are making money, it doesn't matter what else is going on. Outpost available, we don't need. Notification on. Commandment available, very good. Research rate, very good. And we're going to get better macro stuff, lower construction time for the main settlement buildings here in a second, so that'll be good. They want us to join this war. I don't want to do that yet. I will do it soon. I'm not going to do it for 600 coins, girl. Come on. I'm going to do it with a bunch of armies around the places I already want to attack. Haha! Alright, so here's the final battle against Clan Eshin. We're just going to auto it, because it's one guy. And it's not even their faction leader. But now he's in the dirt. And the war against Clan Eshin is complete! Yes! And now we can finally play the game against factions that play fair-ish. Clan Eshin has been eliminated, baby. Oh, yeah. And it is so good to hear it. Yeah, because we're right here, and Shama's Rest, we'll get that one upgraded, you know, in a bit. We can't afford to take the growth here, because we'll go out of Harmony, but... Alright, we've got our matter of state now. We can commercial district our main city, which is going to make it better in a lot of different ways. Like, it makes other factions like you better. Right, so it gives us more income and tradable resources, research rate, and Diplo relations, and then the higher it goes, the better that is. So that's pretty good. And it also will give us one more of these tokens. Each time we make a new city into one of the cool ones, we get one of those tokens for our cool abilities. So we're going to do that, and then when we get the fortress one, we're going to build it here. Do we want a gate master for here? I don't think so. I think we just want... Yeah, because the good buildings you can't build until a higher tier anyway. We'll just build this because we're going to want the fortress city to have its bonuses from that building for ammunition for all of our armies. All right. Oh yeah, things are looking up. Because right now, the worst thing that could happen would be Lokir. Oh, never mind, we're fine. Lokir is at war with Village and all of them, so he is not going to want to fight. And we'll just have, like, you know, we'll have one garrison between here to make it strong. We'll probably move Huoguo down here and move Pengyuchi here with his much stronger army up to support us. Oh, wow. Okay. So because of the fortress city also gives new abilities to your trade. Fascinating. So very, very cool. Didn't know that. Definitely going to have to look out for the other things that it gives access to there. So, excellent. And Kunlan will be able to... No, Kunlan will be the next fortress city, which we'll do as soon as it lets us do it. And no sooner at all, I say. Well, we are about to be fighting against Zeech, so it's going to be a way different dynamic. Well, and Norska, a way different dynamic than the Skaven, you know. They're going to have high-quality infantry. They're going to have good magic. They're going to have mobility. They're going to have flyers. But they're not going to have all of the Skaven techniques that make it so difficult for me to deal with it. So with really good positioning, we might be able to make it all work. And of course, we're gonna have all of our wizards online. It's gonna be a whole different dynamic than the last time we rolled around. Greasus wants military access. I do not wish to do that. We don't want to get involved in a treaty with Greasus because if we get involved in his wars, that's gonna make our caravans not be able to get to where they want to go, and that would make me very, very sad. A sad panda indeed. There are no panda bear riders in this game. I would play them if there were. There are polar bear riders. There are chariots pulled by bears. There's a cannon pulled by a bear on a sled. But okay, so this ogre is going to help protect it. He says he has a strange look in his eyes, but so strange. Everything you were saying wasn't being sent in the chat. Well, it was not being filtered. You know, like sometimes YouTube will hold a comment or whatever, but that wasn't happening. So I'm not sure what was going on there. It wasn't like, you know, held up by a filter or anything. I'm not sure what's going on. We will say, "Be gone with you." We will get tea and sympathy rather than trepanation. You know, we got another trepanning thing. The strat for now is to build a bunch of buildings for tokens. Yeah, so this Matters of State thing, this is unique to Yuan Bo. This is like his faction mechanic on top of all the other ones that he has to do. Every time we build a city, you start with 4 tokens. Every time you build a city with this ability, you get 1 more up to a maximum of 4 bonus for a total of 8. And you can use these to instantly build stuff to instantly deploy the garrison onto the map until it goes away to take an army from somebody else, you know, to take a whole bunch of money from one of your friends. you can use this ability to basically make nobody notice anything you do, so you can break treaties, you can attack your old friends, and no one will even get mad at you about it. So these abilities are very, very strong, and that's the plan. Yeah, we're going to fight. The more you fight, the tokens, basically you spend them and then they go to the other side, right? So a balance, but the more you fight, the faster you get them, as opposed to getting them in 4 turns. You fight a couple battles, then you'll get them in a turn or 2. And those are going to give faction-wide bonuses for either the war cities or the commerce cities that are going to be very, very strong. And yeah, that's absolutely what we're focusing on with those abilities, unless something comes up, right? Because, well, you never know how it's going to go. All right, we just need to swing up this way. Because if we have a defender in Kunlun and then here in Zhanxi / Nongcheng, that is going to make us feel very secure indeed for the rest of the armies, and we'll be able to like panic recruit an army over here if need be, and hopefully that'll help. With one more level here, we'll be able to finally build a wall, and maybe that'll help secure our land a little bit. All right, here we want to ditch this peasant and go down to a front line of just 7. I mean, that feels okay. No, we'll keep him. Ditch the archer. If you can't protect your archer line, then it doesn't matter how well they can shoot, right? That's the whole of the law. We're going to take this amulet and give it to him because he is going to be casting way more frequently than Yuan Bo is. And we're going to give him this robe as well, and this explosive gun, and this shot of the Mara. You know, he's showing up and getting all the stuff. We're going to give him terror causing. No, he'll get that on the bird, right? He'll get that on the bird, which he'll get before too long. Okay. The Yuan symbols. Yes, absolutely. So that actually, the whole faction has harmony based on those exact symbols. You know, his are called steel and stone for his, like, ones. But so here, every single building that you can build, most of them have a yang aspect or a yin aspect. And whenever you build one and not the other, so this here is the harmony. So you get really good movement and cheaper armies, and you make more money if you have a balance in your lands. But if you build imbalanced ways, or if something happens that destroys one of your buildings or somebody takes it, then you can get unbalanced. So you want to maintain the harmony in your lands, and that's also the symbols. You know, they maintain their harmony in that way. And that's a thing that only Cathay has. You know, it's not a thing that all the factions in the game do. That's unique to them, because of course it makes more cultural sense for it to be thus. So in a turn or two, we'll move up here, and we will be able to help out. So Yao Ming is doing well in this fight, but hopefully we'll just sweep up and over and really help this out. Exactly. It's a big bonus. So, like, if you just build one thing out of balance to, say, make some money, right? You'll be paying 25% more for an army that's in that region. 25% is a huge discount. This army, you know, would be costing 4. This is a solid army, but you get such a benefit for even just sitting home and garrisoning, right? Because sometimes you need to sit an army somewhere to make sure your foes don't attack. And that can sting, but what we're doing here is just stabilizing back and forth between here to make the public order fine. We might need to build public order buildings, but I think we'll stabilize okay. The lower your order is, the better it gets, like, after a little while. This is the landmark we need the most, though. So this one is going to give us +7 rank for our wizards, which is going to, like, immediately put them on the bird, which is going to be just extraordinarily good. We can already get, like, a lot of them, and you could get, like, 2 in each army. It helps. You put 1 on each wing, and you just, like, cast in at your enemies. They're very mobile. They're kind of hard to snipe. They're not, like, unsnipeable, but they're kind of hard for your enemy to deal with. And do we want this army to get anything? I mean, I think so, right? Yeah, we definitely do. We're going to ditch a peasant archer and a peasant spearman and acquire a crane gunner and a cannon. Do we want another crane gunner? I think another one would be good. That would take us down to... Yeah, we'll drop an archer for a crane gunner. The crane gunners are very good. They like... Their ammo just like sort of... Can you choose which buildings get yin or yang? You can, absolutely. So they'll have slightly different aspects. So here we'll go to the building browser to look it out. So there's a growth building for each of them. One of them gives you a little bit of construction decrease to buildings, and one of them makes you a little more money. You can build both in one place. And so, like, anything that makes you money, you can get either aspect. And as you upgrade one, then you can get, you know, both of them there. You can get one for, you know, getting your recruitment up or making it cheaper, and so on. For the main buildings, there's a wall. You can get a wall that's more oriented towards melee units, or that gives you more ranged units. So it's not like you don't get one thing or the other. You just have to choose, you know, some of the bonuses that you end up getting. But yeah, whenever you build, you can choose yin yang or none. And your military buildings aren't related to it, so you can always build military or advanced military units and not have to worry about it. We are revenue positive by 3K. But that's going to go down as soon as this finishes up. We just, you know, we've got a very small window where we're not at war with anyone, and we are going to make the most of it. Village the Curseling is a monster in combat, but I think Yuan Bo is his equal. Yuan Bo is very, very good. Very, very good indeed at fighting. Gelt wants a trade offer. He is fine with us. You know, I've been delaying it. Now I remember we have that thing where we can do whatever we want and break treaties without anyone noticing, so... No, as soon as you have one that's not balanced, it immediately goes out of harmony. Now, there are benefits, potentially, to going out of harmony. Like, they aren't all negative. I forget what they are, but, like, you know, so you could get, like, cheaper upkeep if you, so your units and your armies are also, oh yeah, and in battle, this affects it too. So, you have yin units and yang units, and when they're near each other, they actually make each other stronger. So, if there's a yang unit and a yin unit together, this yin unit will get, you know, more leadership and attack and thing, and then it'll let the other one shoot more accurately, whatever. So Cathay always wants to be balanced on the battlefield and on the campaign map. But if you unbalance, yeah, you can just build all in one direction, but I think it might make one kind of unit cheaper for upkeep, but the other one, if it's in the province, will be a lot more expensive, or one kind of building will be out of whack, or what have you. Because we are about to drop the hammer on these fools. They do not know this is about to happen to them, and we're not going to send them a politely worded letter about it. We are going to get them. We are going to get them really good. Because Miao Ying needs our help. She needs us to get this away from her, because, you know, we deserve it. She needs us to retake the Imperial City. She doesn't know it, but she does. The Imperial City has 3 different landmarks in it? I've never taken it before as Cathay. Okay, they're all pretty good, huh? For the best upgrades and boosts, both they have to be equal. Yeah, once upon a time, it was even more intensive. They changed it a while ago. Like, it used to be that each of your, like, generals and your heroes would have it as well, and so it could get unbalanced in that way. But, yeah, I don't find that it's that annoying to work through, and I really do find that that a lot of times it's pretty interesting, you know, the mechanics that it gives rise to. Sometimes it makes you not build buildings, but... Excuse me, I don't know if that muted in time. I used to, when I had my little headpiece thing, I would always be bonking into it, but I had a little, I could mute it with my hand there. Now I gotta hit there in case I gotta like burp or something. And, you know, I don't want to be doing a very high sound fidelity belch. That's not my way, you know. I wasn't raised to do that. All right, so one turn.
Take time to gain the enemy's measure. For the Imperial family.
Do we want to make this army any better? We can't get any birds. A Sky Lantern, these are not good. These are not good, but they're like paper lanterns that fly in the air and then they shoot. They're not good. But they can do okay. You know, they can see really far away. Sometimes that's good, you know, but I don't think they're worth a spot in the army, but they are very cool.
No shame in being a civilian.
And also, because it flies, if the enemy has flyers, and they do, yeah, we're not going to be able to defend it in that army. We've got some flyers in this one, but not on the other one. Alright. That was a long time to not be playing the game and talking about it, but I'm alright. We've been playing a lot of fights here. Okay, we've got... And this is going to be 10% upkeep reduction for all of those units, and that'll be worth getting regardless. It's going to get us pretty close to free upkeep, depending on the harmony and the position of Yuan, because his army would be expensive, but Satang's free, and these units like the Celestial Lion, which normally is like a 220 gold unit or whatever, we get it for 75, and these Crowmen are 33 and 23. They're like 150 normally, but he has a lot of bonuses to him. So, let's end the turn. Yeah, we'll move up in this direction. If Yuan can hit Terracotta Graveyard, which, you know, we'll probably just hit here and here, and then move over to the left, try to sweep up with Hogul, and then move Yuan in this direction. I think this war is going to go well, but it's hard to say. One thing's for sure, everything's on the up and up. This guy is kind of a good army to not be engaged at all. If we move him up in this direction, and then we just... Yeah, we could just start recruiting another army here. We'll want a fourth one anyway, right? Right, we will. So we can just start recruiting a peasant army there, and that'll be wonderful. Because after all, this army should be off getting in adventures and doing cool things. And it looks like, wow, these are just burned down. They're not going to be Skaven things. We're just going to be able to walk in and take them. Kind of see I care for the viewers. Yeah, so, you know, I don't want to be doing that. Sometimes, you know, you cough or you sneeze or whatever, but you don't want to be, like, leaning into it. And I haven't had a good microphone for long, but, well, you know, a low-tier microphone that still costs $50. It's not like a good one. But I do have a little boom stand. It's right here, you know. Alright, fight the battle, or... Yeah. We can just auto this. I mean, it might be a little bit of fun, but we can just auto it to keep it moving along. And that was good, because we make 2k out of it, you know. You just want to see the fights with the caravan. You don't want to lose them, but you don't want to just give them away either. Alright, we build the provincial capital here. And at Shillong. We don't need a wall at Shillong, I don't think. Yeah, it was like the HyperX. It was, you know, whatever the $50-ish one was. I actually had it for like a long time, sitting in a box, and then I finally... Okay, so Scar Death Herder is here. We actually need to deal with this first. So this is going to be a fight against a Beastman army. They've got Cygors, which are big artillery things. We'll be fine. We've got artillery ourselves. If we give the range to the cannons, they'll be at 540 zounds. That is far. But we could give it to Satang. No, we couldn't. We'll give it to the cannons. 540. Because you can't have a Beastman army marauding in your lands. They will declare war on you as soon as you're away, and they will really mess your stuff up. You don't want that to happen. You don't want your stuff to get cut up? Yeah, how insightful, I know. But our army is going to match up very well against theirs. We have a solid air force. We have Sitang. We've got casters to hit their trash. We've got archers to shoot their minos. Because actually, I'm like, no, they're going to be able to drop artillery shots on us from where they're at. We want to go all the way over here. Much better. Alright, so you got to be, like, this is not a good place for artillery to be at. There's, like, walls and stuff. We'll probably be fine anyway. We're going to put Satang here for the archery duel. We're going to throw Yonbo into the center. We could turn him into a dragon and dive him. That actually could be very good, couldn't it? Yes, it could. Cygors do, like, they have these big boulders, and they hurt so bad, and I don't want to take a bunch of free damage, so... Now, they have a bunch of guys that are invisible. We're not going to worry about them.
It is not merely by my birthright, but my diligence, capability, and
Boom! Of course, they're trying to throw rocks at the guys in the air. That is a hard shot. Our cannon is shooting from there and somehow arcing the most beautiful shots you've ever seen. Oh, the boulders are hitting Yonbo. That's actually as good as it can be, right? You don't care. He regenerates. He is a big old tough guy. And the thing about Satang is he can win an artillery duel against anything. And they're not even shooting him, so he's just going to light these Cygors up. He does like about 1,000 to hit. No, it's only 600 right now. Eventually it'll be like 1,000 to hit. And Yonbo can just run up and execute this fool. Oh no, it can't be single entities until later. It has to be heroes or lords early. But yeah, we'll just run in. We don't even need to be the dragon form. We'll just charge them. I don't think they can punish us for this. They might be able to. I don't think even the Minotaurs I don't think can just like beat the brakes off of them. We're going to Jade Shield it up, though. Because what we can do now that they're here is... Talons on all 3 Minotaurs? No, that seems bad. This is a leadership hit that also makes them lose immune to psychology. So if you see that they're about to run and you're about to get charged, you can just pop that and then, you know, be right back on them. Satang still lighting them up. Our cannon still shooting wonderfully. This is not a fight that's good for the Beastmen here. And it's going just like I needed it to, except for the Celestial Lion getting absolutely trucked on. Very careless. But, you know, he'll get out, and then we'll be fine. Yanbo's having a party. We're just gonna move our forces over there. Okay, these guys don't want to be where they are. They don't want to be there at all. The cannon is just like feasting, you know. Most of his shots are probably missing. It doesn't matter. We're getting shot up because I'm dumb. And in my rush to protect my army, you know, we end up doing the normal thing, which is getting beat on pretty bad with our mobility, and our peasants end up getting hit anyway. Great! We're going to cast this buff spell on them to make them 50, 51, and 60 in their stats, so basically doubling it. And then we're going to dive in like a big old hero. And then we're going to get shot up because we realize that we're getting shot up. And then we're going to cast this wind spell and it's going to go great. Yes? Yes. Not a wind spell. It is a wind blast. Wind spells are the names of the spells that like go down a line gradually. We're going to cast Talons here, you know, to protect us from harm. The cannon, well, that didn't work well. You know, we could have done this fight 1,000 times better. It's still going to be okay, probably. Yanbo just getting absolutely dunked on. That wind spell, a terrible cast. Look, at least we're fighting. Man, this is so bad. This is so bad. At least Setang looks very cool when he fights. You know, there's that. No, I mean, it's not bad. We don't need this army to be fresh afterward. And Yanbo getting very, very beat on is fine. We can just fast forward it and he'll heal up to basically full. So what we saw there with our everyone losing their hit points, that was like one boulder from the Cygor dropping in. Which is why we did this terrible... You know, we could have just brought them forward with Setang and then backed away. But instead we blunder... Well, not blunder. Charge our Lord into the front. After all, he has regen. He's fine. I mean, I say that. He's got 3k HP and he's losing this fight against the Minos, but he's fine. Because Minotaurs want to fight infantry, and they want to be fighting a single lord unsupported. So, like, I just basically gave them what they wanted. But in spite of my very poor play, it'll be fine. Because the vast bulk of the damage taken is to Yanbo, and he's okay. He'll recover entirely. We'll just fast forward a little bit here. The massive damage on the Celestial Lion is worse than all the other things that we took. You know, they'll get off the battlefield probably before Yanbo heals up all the way, because once the last one of them gets off, then then it'll end. Yeah, well, you know, pretty rough. Setang's damage. Setang has a really big bow, and so basically, and he shoots from super far away. He's got like armor-piercing anti-large missiles. So if I just send him at somebody that we want to die, he's going to kill him. So what I needed to do was be more patient and back my guys up way far away and have Satan killing their artillery, because he's much better at killing their guys than they are at killing him. And we could have, like, ran around our flyers in the middle to sort of soak some damage in. But, because he's got a lot of ammo and he hits really, really hard.
Celestial General. Such joy. Seeing our
But there, we hit with the auto. We will replenish the army a little bit here.
whichever woeful deity protects you.
Alright, so he still doesn't want an alliance. And we would have to pay him way too much for one. Well, we can... Like, if we ever get land that abuts his, we could give it away to him. You know, we don't have to have an alliance with him. This one with Miao Ying is good enough. Alright, we declare war on these guys. It's time to party. Village didn't join the war on their side? Did he just break his vassalage treaty? Are you joking? That is sick. Oh man, that is... No, he didn't. He just didn't join. That is amazing. So Village is the suzerain of this Norskin tribe. They are his vassal. He is the suzerain of them. And we attacked them. Normally when you do that, you know, they join the attack, but he's just gonna let us beat up on his Norskin vassal without supporting them. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, it's a huge win for us. Because we're going to be able to fight this whole flank while he's over here not fighting us. And then right afterward, we're going to fight him. Having one enemy instead of two is just as good as it gets. And if... Oh, Eckled Hellbrass is not embedded in an army. That's pretty good. So if Veltatroth doesn't take this province, we'll take it right now, the next turn, and then probably trade it to Miao Ying. Maybe just hold on to it, because we need this Jade Wind Mountain to make this province a lot better. Everything is fine on this front. So this faction is like Lizardmen with Nakai the Wanderer. They're not like mad at us, so hopefully they just won't get bored. They're fighting... Okay, they're fighting Gelt and the Dark Elves, so we're fine. Yes, it is everything coming up Millhouse here.
Celestial General. Keeper of Wusheng.
Mask of Jade. I think we just take the HP here first, because the region makes that more important. Boom, baby. Alright, so now we have access to his special abilities. This is going to give us stuff like increased rank for recruitment. It's going to give us ammo for the whole army and missile damage for the whole army. Like, this tree of his is so good. Missile resistance for the Lord. Reload range for the things. Oh, yeah, there we go. Ammo for the army. Missile damage is going to be good. Now, some of his things don't affect, like, the cannons and stuff. These cannons with the range increase, having 540 is so nutty. Do we have any ancillaries that are good that we're not wearing? Banner of the Moon Empress, because we want to be able to give stock to... We want to give stock to our sniper rifles, and that'll be real good. He's going to arrive in 1 turn, and then we're going to be able to send off the next caravan. That's going to give us our 5% bonus money. That'll be good. We'll just move over and grab the terracotta graveyard soonest. Sell that building off. We don't need peasant horsemen. Good, good, good. Yeah, because even just like 1 turn... Alright, there we go. We have been pulled into a war with the Chaos Dwarves of the North. That should be okay. They're not like close to us. And they still have the same problems that everybody else has trying to get through the Bastion, which is it's a big wall. It's a big wall. This elf wants to trade? Sure, buddy. And we get land grant. Which we need to give to, like, this guy. No, it's an ancillary that we can give to him. Because this guy, you know, we want to give the special stuff to somebody who's not going to die. And the one in Yonbo's army is the least likely wizard to die. Hargroth Festerheart. So called because that is his name. Move here. So if he defends this one, we'll move up and take Pomey. And if he defends Pomey, then we'll take the Terracotta Graveyard, and he won't be able to do anything about it. Village might be coming into my land here to declare war on me. Yeah, rather than take this land right now, I think it's more important to be able to support Kunlan. Because we don't have a wall there. Which means a full stack plus me will be fine to defend against Village. Probably, yeah, his army's trash. Well, I mean, I don't know what's in the last 6 slots, but right here, it's okay for us to deal with. Marauders with Spears won't have a single good matchup in our army, because we're too cheap to give them one. Caravan dispatch available. Boom, boom, boom. And we're going to go to Barakvar. We're just going to start churning through our possible things now that we've gotten the coolest items that I know about anyway. Now Ying wants a military alliance. Of course, girl. We are friends. We will pay the toll, because that army would have beat mine. Oh, we get another 20% range standard. Awesome. We can actually give it to this army, and then his cannons, too, will have amazing range. Oh, we actually have access to 2 of them for this army. We'll give them all of those. Alright, so Oscar Trollhewer is running in that direction. Oh, we can confeder. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's got to be the move, right? I mean, do we want her alive for a couple more turns? Because if we confederate her, then we're going to have another dragon sibling. We're going to have, you know... We're going to have this army. We're going to have access to this tier 4 settlement. Can we defend it, though? Because if we can't, we could just confederate in a turn or two where we're better suited to do it. Because the turn you confederate, you lose your garrison. But we will definitely... maybe we don't want to wait. Because confederating her right now could be as good as it gets, right? This guy can't get there in one turn. I don't know. Maybe we want him alive just for a little... If we can confederate him now, we'll be able to confederate him later. Sorry, it's a rough start, but gets it in a little mark. Yeah, you know... Because this is the whole separate story than our first Yonbo campaign, which took place over here. You know, this is where all of his campaign objectives are, and we're not doing any of it. Look at that! The humans and the Bretonnians are ascendant over these lands. That like never happens. That's so funny. They've done all right for themselves here. You know, we're not gonna finish the campaign there. We're just trying to like. This is the middle mark. Yeah. You know, a campaign can go 100 turns, 150. I mean, you could go till you take over the entire map. Most people don't do that. It takes a long time, and most people get bored before the payoff happens. All right, so if we go to Pomei right now, can this guy win against this army? Yeah, I can beat this army. This is just dudes, and I'll have like a cannon and gunners and spells. I can beat that army. I think I can beat that army. Yeah, they got spawn we can shoot with cannons. They got horsemen that we can shoot with crane guns and stuff. They've got anti-large missiles that aren't going to have a single target besides my guys on horseback. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. They may not even try to take the fight, for all I know. Palu is getting plenty of things. Any more buildings to build? Not just yet. Gotta wait, don't want to get unharmonious here. Jingpo 2 turns until it gets here. We got the Village of the Moon upgraded. Good. It's like, I don't know. Maybe it would be better to move there rather than hit Pomei immediately. Well, because if he doesn't attack us, he can get into our land otherwise, and then... Alright, and now he'll be, like, on the back foot. He'll either move in here, or Miao Yin can hit him. So anyway, we need to move up and take care of this Chaos Dwarf incursion, and then we'll sweep over that way. Yeah. We're going to go to ambush there and see if one of them will come in and let us shoot them. I don't know. Question mark. Do we have access to Jade Warriors there? Nope. That's alright. Alright, now we gotta choose more research. Defense for peasants and other defenders. No, we take this route because we're going to want to get Yeah, right there, to the Astromantic Choir. That's going to... We're about to be able to start recruiting Astromancers at, like, level 20, which is so good. It's so good. Yeah, because the victory objectives are to do a bunch of stuff that we're not going to do, but the campaign objectives are to banish all the enemies of Cathay from the lands, and secure, you know, the rightful borders of the Empire, to build the Imperial City back to its splendor, etc., etc. The defenders of the Great Plan have been eliminated. Which means...
Welcome to my private study. Wine of palest gold will wet our palates whilst we speak.
So the Dark Elves... Okay, the Dark Elves are still at war with Village, and that makes it okay that they won against the Lizardmen, yes. Also, the Dark Elves are on this side of everything. Gelt very well might fight them anyway. They might fight Gelt for all I know. But importantly... This Zanshi should be able to secure, like, the entire border because of the way that Cathay works. And I think this stuff down here south of the Celestial Riverlands is not actually part of Cathay proper, but I'm not sure. If we have to fight Gelt, we will. Obviously, like, it's all internal, what I have to do, but... Alright, so we can trade this one to them, the Terracotta Graveyard, in exchange for this. We're going to do it, even though we could Confederate him, because we need him to be alive for a few more turns. Now we've got control of this province. Now we are very out of balance with Yin and Yang by how many? 2 yen balance. Well... If we build one here and eliminate one of these, then that'll balance out. And it's going to give us a lot more, you know, we're going to get the commandment online, we're going to be in a better spot for everything. Of course, it gives us a slightly worse defense against our foes on this side, but I think we're not going to have to worry too much about that aspect. Fortunately, you know, all of these insane Chaos Dwarf armies are coming in. That is pretty unfortunate indeed. Can we take Pomei with this army? Yes, we can. Alright, he leveled up enough to get a horse. The most important thing in the game is to take it away immediately. You do not want a Celestial General on horseback.
Leader of men, humility in all things. Celestial General. Attention.
Because if we move, like, here... and go to ambush, then we can... So they'll either try to attack and they'll wait overnight, and then we'll be able to assist her, and then we'll have all these reinforcements plus Miao Ying coming out, or... They'll extend poorly in some other way, and we'll hit them. Oh, look at that! Look at these trash armies! All they've got are orc laborers. This is just garbage. Zatan the Black's a fighter. He's a good fighter. But look at all of this. This is just garbage. There's a little bit. There's one Death Streak rocket launcher. That could be a problem. But a very weak Chaos Dwarf force overall. I was so worried. Chaos Dwarfs can have very strong armies, or they can have absolute hot garbage. And this is a garbage army. But Zatan's only level 12. I'm only level 18. Tamarkan is like level 40 over here. He's going to be the real worry in the future. This dude is a monster, and he's super hard to beat on the battlefield. So it'll be a nightmare after a nightmare. All right. We just need to keep this rolling. We very much want Miao Ying to not lose Nangao because it's going to be like a level 4 settlement with a bunch of cool stuff in it, and when I confederate her, we're going to get all of that. But before we can do that, we got to solve this whole Chaos Dwarf problem. Zhan Shi levels up. We get the port. And then in these lands, we get a port and a port. We get hunting camp, and then we'll take a growth in an income. Shenyang will be several turns before we get another one, but at least now we've got the churn going. We've got everything going fine. Do we think we want a wall at Shiama's Rest? I just don't know. Maybe not.
General of the Celestial Host.
Do we build this so we can recruit crowmen? So we can see further? No, not important. Xingpo levels? Yeah, baby. This is going to be the thing. Alright, it is 7,000 for it. We are going to be broke at the end of this turn. Well, nothing bad better happen, right? Oh, they already took Nangao. Well, that didn't work.
Western provinces bid you a warm welcome.
It's like, do I confeder now? I mean, we just needed her to not get eliminated. I guess we could have done it last turn and maybe gotten something out of it. We can confederate her and then give this land to Xiaoming in return for joining the war or joining an alliance. Yeah, that's the way. Miao Ying is now part of my faction. She's currently not on the field, but she'll get better. We get rid of the army. We make a ton of money somehow. Some building income that she had somewhere. Oh, it was because this place was harmonious, and then when it became owned by me, I got a discount on my payment. Now I see. Of course, the problem is now Village doesn't have her to fight. He's still at war with the Blessed Dread, though, so... If we can push back the dwarves and get a peace treaty just for a bit, that'll be dramatically good. What we want to do now, so Zhao Ming is, you know, a little mad at us for this, but if we give him Nanli, and we can get a military alliance and money, excellent. Then we'll maintain ownership over this province and probably be able to hold on to it even. Ping Yuchi will move up to Pomei. This is, of course, leaving us very thin on this side. We've got Haolu here, but yeah, we've got these 4 armies. One of these is going to be replaced by Miao Ying when she comes back, which is going to be... 3 turns, so she'll be with us, and she makes missile infantry units half as expensive, so her army's going to be cheap as well. And you know, she's a dragon, she's a fighter, she's a beast. And in a couple of turns, we'll be able to make a fortress city up here somewhere. Probably Kunlun. Probably. Oh. Haolu needs more guys, Just stacking the wall. After all, a bunch of guys on the wall is better than no guys on the wall. And these fools, they're either going to go home and then we're going to, you know, come in behind them and take this, or... Oh, wow. This gives you 30% during siege defense battles for all armies. This is it's pretty sick, yeah. 6 defense while defending for all armies. What a good thing. Anyway. And then we'll retake the Bastion. Yeah. You know, because we've got a military... You know, we could have... When we traded there, I bet we could have got him to join this war when we traded the settlement, but I botched it. Well, we can take Nangao. Well, then we don't want to trade it to him, right? Because we want Nangao. I mean, we might be eventually able to confederate him too, and then, you know, and then we would have everything down to a science. Geld wants military access. Yeah. And a non-aggression pact, thank you. Says I'm allowed to break them. I can just use the thing to break them if I want, so it'll be fine. Could have been friends with Gelt for a lot longer, but I was reticent. Oh. A defeat? What? Oh, because I have to fight the Bastion. Well, with this army, I don't actually feel 1,000,000% comfortable with it. I mean, it's probably going to be fine, but... Well, I've got a cannon. I've got crane gunners. How bad could it be? We'll see. Oh, actually, now I'm realizing this is a long stream. Well, 4 hours, not that long for me, but I'm about to take a break before we do this fight. Yeah, no, we'll be fine. I think the back here will be just outside of range of the towers, so we'll just we'll knock down a few of them and then charge in. Because once we can get to the wall, the army here is weak. It's not a good army. They don't have any like wizards or anything that's gonna drop a big attack on us. We've got wizards, we've got fighters. This is a weak garrison. It just, they've got towers that could potentially do some work, but we're just gonna knock them all down. The cannons are very good at shooting towers. That is their specialty, so we're going to be able to knock it down. And probably 4 salvos, we'll be able to get all of these down. But yeah, this is the Great Bastion. As you see, the Tzeentch corruption swirls in the sky. It's a very cool map. So this is supposed to be, the Bastion wall that protects us from the forces of chaos in the north, but it has fallen. And we will have to bring it back. What on earth? My guys got off of their, Okay, there we go. I'm like... They got off of their things, and nobody knows why. But we're just gonna pop this tower. And we still have a ton of ammo left. Yeah, because it doesn't take too much to get this done, right? I think it's 4 shots with the cannons. They're very strong against towers. Not everything, gets them down so quick. Is this the last fight before a little break in Undertale? Exactly. Yeah, probably going to take like an hour and a half. Get something to eat, take a shower, and then... and this will be a great midpoint for the campaign, too. For getting a lot of... awesome work done. The title was against Clan Eshin, and we won. We won so good, and I really think, it's all going to be, downhill and comfy from here. I think we're going to be fine. And I know these fools are about to have a miserable time because I am coming in with my heat. They don't have a single wizard. They don't have a single thing that can do anything against me. Cathay artillery is actually pretty good because it can run. So they, unlike a lot of factions' artilleries, we've got Toad artillery, and they look amazing, right? They got these cannons. The oxen are just there. You got the little lanterns on them. The crew just charges ahead. But we've got all of our magic going on. These fools aren't going to be able to do anything. We're going to very casually finish this fight up. Of course, it gives you a big bonus to auto-resolve when you're defending. So that's sort of what we see here with the results that it gave me. That said I was going to lose. I'm not. Tzeentch has a barrier. That's that blue thing above them. So it's like a temporary hit point pool that replenishes based on their max. So if you get them down to half health, it'll only go to half barrier. But it makes it so like poke like this can be a little messed up. So you get some damage on them, but then if you don't keep it going, the barrier regens. But Because the spell only costs 4. It's it's not too expensive to cast over and over and over. You know, you can do it like 10 times in a fight, and even if you only kill a few things, you know, it's all about sending a message, right? So there's a ton of them blobbed right here, and then we can just, oh yeah, that'll hit like, boom. Of course, it barely does anything except the barrier, so not as boom as it could have been, but still pretty boom, you know, pretty boom. This next one will do more. They won't have that 1,000-point barrier, and then we'll zoom in for another big hit. And my archers are, yeah, we can shoot over the wall, so they're going to be in a really huge trouble now that we've arrived. We don't want their archers to be able to shoot our crane gunners, who cannot shoot over the wall. But once we get in, we can put our crane gunners on the wall. And that's going to happen real soon. Yeah, our peasant archers are doing wonderfully here, just raining down upon the foe. But now the gates are open. We just don't want to be taking a bunch of free damage. So Chaos Warriors with great weapons are gonna like be really good at fighting our army if we let them hit us. But we don't have to do that. You know, you can live however you want when you're the hero of the story. But if they just get on the wall here, right? Like, what are they gonna do? Nothing? Get shot? Yeah. Because Chaos Warriors have really big armor, and they have shields? Oh, because they're on the wall. I'm like, they don't have shields? What are you talking about? They have great weapons. These dudes are so cool looking. The Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch look awesome. Like, look at that. Look at the heavy metal array. They got these big axes. They got little skulls pierced upon their helmets' horns. They are very cool. Super heavy metal. Of course, I have cannons, archers, and plenty of ammo, so we're just going to let them keep on charging up to the top of the wall. And when they stop being on the wall, then I'll take the wall. I still have half ammo on all these archers. There's absolutely no reason to come in and take extra damage. Not least because we are probably going to have to defend the Bastion next turn. We could just raise it. But that's not very Cathay. The Bastion's very important, like, spiritually to Cathay. Say it seems like Fortress spot on me. Oh, for sure. But, you know, it's all about providing yourself the ability to get lucky, you know. You gotta... Man, we're really running all of the ammo out against them on the wall. You know, it's fine. It's not good, but it's fine. Because a whole ton of peasants is still better than these fools are. And once we can get the crane guns on the wall, it's going to make things a lot different. And all their guys, although their guys will be like kind of okay at fighting our lord, they're not gonna have just that. You know, we're gonna charge all the peasants in too, cause I'm dumb. No, it looks like the Chaos Warriors with the great weapons are just gonna like sit on the roof, so that's pretty funny. Now they're getting into it now. All right. But of course, now we have taken the momentum here. We're going to charge in the wizards, you know. It's all about sending a message, after all. These peasants are not going to match up well against Chaos Warriors, but I have like 900 of them, and they have 100 Chaos Warriors, so we're going to be fine. Oh, this 100 Chaos Warriors is just sitting on the high ground? Well, we'll definitely be fine. Because if they want to just let us fight... Boom! Oh, there we go. Dropping it. Dropping the hammer on them. You know, they're about as tall as I am, but you can tell that I am the real one. I am the one wearing green. I am the champion of Cathay because they are running and I am winning. Boom, baby. And we're going to get those crane gunners on the wall here. Should be army losses soon for them. Our designs with skull on their outfits heavy metal? Yes. Skulls and big metal armor and axes are very heavy metal indeed. They are as heavy metal as it gets. No, the only faction more heavy metal than Chaos is a specific subset of Chaos called Khorne, whose war cry is, and I quote, "Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne," and they mean it. But this, we're fighting the Tzeentch. He is the Lord of Change. He is the Trickster God, the God of Magic. He's still very heavy metal because Chaos is heavy metal. But he's not nearly as heavy metal as the God of Blood is, for obvious reasons. A wizard is not as heavy metal as the God of Blood. But we find, you know, we wasted a lot of ammo on the archers. We didn't have to shoot. When you shoot them out of the wall, they get missile resist and missile block chance, and you miss a lot of shots. But we just knew that we were gonna pull it through, so... And we're just trying to get our crane gunners on the wall, and hopefully they'll shoot people. But once we break these Chaos Warriors, they are going to army loss. These army losses happen when a percentage of your total force value is eliminated. And we're going to assume that once we break these Chaos Warriors off, that that's going to be what we needed. But it might be a little bit out from there. Now our crane gunners are on the wall, so they're going to be able to feast. Oh yeah, look at that. These marauders trying to charge down the hill. Into withering Overwatch fire here. Some automatons wear human skulls and barbed wire to keep them up. Literally made of chainsaws for arms. That is very heavy metal. That's so heavy metal. That's awesome. That sounds like something in Warhammer. Warhammer tends to be very over the top because it's super cool. Alright, so they're shadowing the back. We've got these Marauder Hunters. We don't want to move into range with them. They're army lossing now. They're army lossing now. There we go. Boom. The forces of Tzeentch are banished from the Bastion. Well, from this section of it. The problem is we know that there's a full stack of them coming in right afterward, and I don't think the bastions are that easy to defend internally. But I bet we could pull it off. If we lose this army, what do we feel about that? Shame, despair, agony. But if we occupy the bastion, we feel proud, harmonious. So we can choose between these various things. I think we choose this because this will give us more supplies, more ammo when under siege, but this will give us upkeep reduction. That's pretty good too. This army... That army would be good enough to beat ours, but we will move this army up and be able to reinforce, I think. I think we'd be able to reinforce here. If not, we'll probably like change the save and get back to it. But right now, oh man, do they want me to do this fight too? I need to stop the run before that happens. Yeah, we're gonna go up and take another bastion soon.
Western provinces bid you a warm welcome.
Miao Ying will be back soon. This army is strong. We're just gonna get the recruitment going. All right, do we want... We've got a lot of money. We need someone to defend Kunlun. And to start recruiting an army for Miao Ying, because again, we're revenue positive, and as long as that continues, it is so important to keep on pressing our advantage, such as it is. The economy is about to get kicked into gear. All we have to do is not lose, so we'll see. Because once we have this whole big central area, once we get all of this rolling, it's gonna be a lot of money. Once we have this top wall, the bastion, settled down, they're not going to be able to get in through there. But then, you know, then what do? We take all of this land also? Maybe. Maybe. It would be better if we could give it to an ally, but... we might confederate Xiaoming eventually anyway. But that is neither here nor there. It is everywhere. What we're going to do is save the game. This has been awesome. Yeah, look at the map. See all that green? That's me. Cathay is looking good indeed. Of course, these guys are enemies and these guys are enemies, but they're a friend and they're a friend, and you know, we've added a dragon. We've got the Jade Dragon. We've got, you know, another dragon. We've got Satang. Our armies are about to get good. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Helldivers 2, Berserkers, and Hulk Scorchers. I'll probably check that out while I'm on my break. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Yonbo's the name. Being the Jade Court is my game. Everything's going good. We got 17 settlements, 6 provinces owned. We've got a good military ally on this flank. Of course, we're going to assume that Tamarkan is going to eventually be the problem, but he's not here yet. And once we push the Chaos Dwarves back, we're going to have a whole lot to be proud of here. We'll probably need to kill them in... oh, they've got 10. Maybe we can't kill them entirely. If we just push them back far and get a peace treaty, that would outrage some people, but be fine. We just need to beat them up real bad. Because I don't want to go in here and fight for their land, but, you know, I'll do what I have to. Anyway. Thanks for hanging out, Coolio. Always a pleasure.
And yeah, maybe I'll see you later on in the Undertale stream. Probably got a plan for about 3. I'm gonna schedule it more than an hour in advance whenever I figure out when it's gonna be on. That way, you know, people can start for at the beginning or whatnot. But there we go. Cathay, I love this faction. They're so fun. Yonbo is awesome at fighting. All you gotta do is give him that regenerating vampire sword and off to the races. An awesome session where we had a couple of absolutely clutch siege defenses that really put us on a war footing for the rest of it. Even stuff that we lost with such class and vigor and gumption that it enabled us to just really press the rest of the fight against the rats. So Cathea's Ascendant, yeah. And when we return to the campaign, you know, it'll be more of this. More victory upon victory, more happiness compounding upon happiness. I'm sure nothing bad will ever happen to us again. In the grip darkness of the far fantasy past, there is only war, though, so it's hard to say. But later, see you in Undertale if I see ya. Goodbye, everyone. If you're watching in the future, hope the weather's nice. Bye, Quirt, if you're still here. Bye, Danny, if you're still here. Bye, Drifter. Goodbye, everyone. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Farewell. Goodbye. Adios. Adieu. Adieu.